Let's do it live. All right. Hello and welcome to Cole Red Plays Raid Shadow Legends Takeover Tuesdays. Live. We'll do it live. There he is. He's working his way back from outer space. You sound like a distant robot at the moment. Yep, I'm still playing 3 accounts. This is my HH challenge account currently on the board right now. Taking on hard mode. I think it's hard. I don't think it's brutal yet. What is it? Easy, normal, hard, right? So it's the third tier of clan boss. And yeah. Usually I do about somewhere around 2.6 to 3 million at this difficulty right now. I'm closing in on my second 6-star. I've got 3 5-star chickens. I have pushed the Arbiter missions a little bit again. So I have to wait until Sunday to get into the Void Potion Keep to keep pushing. Unfortunately, I got blocked for a bit. Uh-oh, this looks like this is a low result. That's a pretty weak result there, 2.14 million. It is Spirit Affinity, but still. Okay. But yeah, so I was able to push up to here. And then as you can see, most of the rest are already done or they'll be easy to complete. So I should be able to get over here and fuse my Justiciar, which means I have to pay attention to the fusion champions for Justiciar. Now I have 1 extra copy of War Maiden, but I have to go out and farm these others. I thought I had an Eris. I'm surprised I don't have an Eris. Diabolist is always the easiest to get. Spirit Host is typically the hardest to get. So I'll have to go farm those champions and then fuse up my Justiciar. Might even be able to do that. I'm trying to think if there's going to be I would like to do it during a champion chase event, but I guess there won't be one for a little while. We haven't heard about the new fusion champion yet. But we should be hearing about that in the next couple of days, either tomorrow or Thursday would be my guess. Honestly, I've been a little bit behind the times dealing with COVID. I am starting to feel a little bit more human. Yesterday was a good day. Today is not quite as good a day as yesterday. That's the way it goes with COVID. But it's not awful. I feel energized enough to do a good Takeover Tuesday live stream. I'm excited to be here. I always like Tuesdays. Let's see. What can I be doing while I talk to people? I guess I could check faction crypts. Orcs and Skinwalkers. I don't think I have anybody in these 2 factions right now. Yeah, I don't. Anybody in the marketplace? Nope. We could pull some shards, see if we could get some Skinwalkers maybe, or Orcs. Not yet. Do one more temple. Nope. That's all right. We'll go do some campaign. I've been farming chapter 10 campaign 10-4 because that's the easiest place for Rathalos to farm, and he is my 6-star, and I can't farm brutal with Athel, unfortunately. So let's go get some more of these leveled up. You can see my 3 5-star chickens over there. Well, maybe you can't. It's probably behind me, isn't it? Let's see. There they are, right there. Okay. So let's do this. And we'll run that for a little bit. Let's go say hi to the people. Yonde, Joshua Lynch is here. Burso, Dinky, Bryce, Ben, Riley. Hello, hello. Femoral, good to see you. Have you seen the new Blessing reworks? I have not been. I have not. I didn't even know they were doing that. That's great. Femoral says, I hope that you will recover soon. I am, recovery is a long process for COVID. At least it seems to be for me. Last time it took me roughly a month to get back to 100%. It was kind of 2 weeks of being pretty sick and then 2 weeks of recovery. I'm hoping it's a little bit faster this time. It doesn't seem to be quite as severe as last time, although it still wasn't fun. But I'm definitely out of the woods in terms of, getting through the worst of it. I appreciate the well wishes, and I also appreciate the patience because, COVID doesn't work on our schedule. We have to work on its schedule, which is unfortunate. I'm just happy that, there are a lot of people who've had it a lot worse than I have. So for me, it was like a bad flu. And while that's no fun, it certainly could have been worse. And it has been worse for other people. So, I don't want to lose sight of that either. Pavel, Great Dane, MZ, Dreist, Christopher, good to see you. Bursa says, thanks, did my unkillable Demitha team from your video. Really? Thanks. That's awesome, Burso. I'm glad. Are you getting a 1 key yet, or is that a 2 key? Swam B, yo, what's up, everyone? Freaky Gamers in the house. John Bibby, Lanai is here. Angelica is also here. Good day. Good to see you. The Shield Heal one looks like it has some really good potential. We'll have to take a look at the blessings. Let me see if it's in Discord, if the announcement, if I can pull it up before we jump into our first takeover. Was it in a raid digest? Because I don't see it. I could check HH's site. He usually posts news the day of. Blessing rebalance. He did post it. All right, let's pull this up. Where am I, by the way? I get lost in my own Discord sometimes. All right, blessing rebalance. They've announced a huge blessing rebalance, which is great because half the blessings are awful. Some have received small tweaks, while others will see a complete overhaul in how they work. Some for the better, whilst others, unfortunately, for the worst. But one major change that has come with this news is how stats will work on artifacts. No more will you have to worry about picking your blessing based on the stats it provides, as all blessings will provide you with a bonus to HP, attack, defense, damage, resistance, accuracy, and speed, which is truly game-changing. That is awesome. That is awesome to not have to worry about the stats that you're getting. Just getting all stats is nice. Polymorph rebalance. It doesn't tell us what they're doing. They're just shifting it. In our continuous efforts to balance and improve the gaming experience, we have selected some of the most unpopular and underperforming blessings and fully or partially reworked its core mechanics. That is a design philosophy I can get behind. That is what you should be doing every single patch. You should find unpopular and underperforming champions, gear sets, everything, and partially or fully reworking either their core mechanics or buffing them. If you think the core mechanic is solid, buffing them to the point where they're viable in terms of relative power, right? That they are as advantageous as the other choices. We believe that in those cases, simply increasing the percentage value either wouldn't cut it or could end up creating a misbalanced blessing, which makes sense. So we hope that players will give these reworked blessings a try, and they will positively influence your PvP and PvE experience. I'll be honest, if they rework 8 blessings and 3 of them are wins and 5 of them are losses, like that's still a win overall for me. If you take 3 unusable blessings and make them usable, try again with the other 5. Do you know what I mean? Like that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Blessing stat bonuses. Previously, each blessing provided a unique set of bonuses. With this rebalance, we ultimately decided to change the system, make all blessings provide the same stat bonuses. That's great. That's great. Okay, so indomitable, I can say this, indomitable spirit. There you go. Not that hard. Has a chance. Used to be. It has a chance of blocking any stun, sleep, and fear debuffs whenever an enemy tries to place them on this champion. And now it says has a chance of blocking any stun, sleep, fear, true fear, freeze, and provoke debuffs. And it has increased it to a 30% chance at 6 stars. That is better. It's not enough. That won't be viable yet, but they're moving in the right direction. I think, you know, the tricky part there is what percentage do you land on, right? If 30% isn't enough, 50% may be way too much. So I don't mind them moving it up by 5% here. What I would like to see is that the base percent for 1 star be higher. You know, so I think before it was 5%, and that's just ridiculous. Like it should start at least 10 or 15% to even be viable at 1 star. Okay, faultless defense. This champion will receive, this is what it used to be. This champion will receive less damage from each subsequent hit from multi-hit skills. The damage reduction increases with each additional hit. And now whenever an enemy attacks an ally under an increased defense buff placed by this champion, reflects a portion of the damage back to the attacker. That is a complete rework. That's a very different ability. Whenever an enemy attacks an ally, so it'd be an ally of the champion with faultless defense. Now, reflect damage is interesting because it's not really a large source of damage. But I think it's also damage mitigation, so we'll have to see how that works out. Because if it reduces damage and then deflects some of it back, like if it's a deflect rather than a reflect, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right language there. Emergency heal, which is formerly known as Carapace. Before, this champion would receive less damage when under a CC. And now it says heals this champion whenever a shield buff placed by them expires, is removed, or is broken by an enemy attack. The value of the heal is equal to a portion of this champion's max HP. This is actually an ability that some champions have. There's at least one champion in the game that has this ability straight up. But it's interesting because it provides more sustain to teams that use shield champions. That's a pretty cool change. I kind of like that because I think that the previous version was really underwhelming. So I don't mind that change at all. That'll at least be fun to experiment with. It'll allow you to find sustain on teams that typically didn't have sustain. You know, healing on teams that didn't have healing. Dark Resolve used to have a chance of blocking, freeze, provoke, and true fear, and now increases the damage inflicted by this champion according to the number of dead allies on their team. Doesn't increase the damage from poison, HP burn, or bomb debuff. So just straight damage, you get more damage per dead ally. This could be great for solo champions who need a buff for damage, right? Who need to do more damage to speed up the runs. So for instance, you could put this on your Lady Annabelle. That might do more damage. It might do more damage. Probably not. You'd probably still go with Phantom Touch. I couldn't. That took a while to pull out of my brain there. Phantom Touch. Lethal Dose used to increase the damage enemies receive from poisons, and now they basically doubled it. Now this is starting to get to the point where Lethal Dose would be interesting. If I remember correctly, this old text is incorrect. It was specifically in Arena. Lethal Dose only worked in Arena. It didn't work everywhere. This seems to be indicating it works everywhere. Now, I would say if it works everywhere, it would have been good already, but we'll have to see if it only works in arena or if it works everywhere. If it works everywhere, then it's incredibly powerful. If it works in arena, it's getting to the point where it might be viable for a few champions. Okay, Iron Will decreases the damage this champion receives from enemy skills activated by other skills. And then here it says decreases the damage this enemy receives according to the number of debuffs on them. Doesn't decrease the damage from poison, HP burns, and bomb debuffs. I don't know that I like this skill at all. I don't know that that's usable. I think the old Iron Will might have been better. This feels like a change for the worse. There's a use case here, but not many. Like, chances are you're going to be wanting to go after better blessings than that. All right, Heaven Cast. Debuffs placed by this champion's default skill ignore percentage of the target's resistance. I actually like this Heaven Cast. I use it on a few champions. Increases the damage inflicted by this champion according to the number of buffs on them. That's a major change. And unfortunately, that's a loss of a usable blessing. This was a way to basically boost the accuracy of your A1 on powerful A1 champions. Because you're ignoring resistance is the same as getting more accuracy. And a lot of accuracy in some cases. I don't really like this. This has become a damage. It used to be a utility blessing, and now it's a damage blessing. Not that you won't find use for this. You may, in fact, find use for this, but I feel like this is a loss of overall versatility in the blessings. That's unfortunate. And then Polymorph, let's see what they've done. Occurs once per enemy turn. That was the major change. That's huge. That's big. That'll make Polymorph a little bit more manageable in places like Live Arena. All right, so thanks for bringing that to my attention. And now that we got some people here, we should start talking about takeovers. Nope, we did it again. All right. So if you haven't done this before, let me just run it down for takeovers. You got to be a member of our Discord community. You can find the link in the description of this video. Go to the Discord. In the Discord server, there's a section called the Coaching Corner. I am currently hanging out there in a channel called Coaching Voice with Sun. How you doing, Sun?
I don't know if my mic is fixed.
It's a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, in that Coaching Corner, there's a little channel called the Wheel of Takeover. In the Wheel of Takeover channel, there's a message from Sun. All you have to do is react to that message. That will enter you into the wheel. We will spin the wheel. Whoever it lands on, that is the person that gets the free takeover. In preparation of your free takeover, make sure that you have your email address and login information, your password, for the account that you want the takeover on. As soon as you win, as soon as you see that you've won, come on into the Discord. You want to shoot me a DM with your login information so I can get that process started. Sun will then give you a role that will allow you to enter the Coaching Voice so you can come hang out with us there. And then you can mute the stream so that you are as close to live as possible, because there's a short delay on the live stream. So that way you can hear me directly. And then you're just going to DM me some information. Let me know what it is that you want me to try to accomplish on your account. If you have won a free takeover in the last 90 days, basically since New Year's Day, then you are not eligible. So in the last 30 days, really, but you can win once every 90 days. And we'll try to get through at least 2, if not 3 takeovers today. And we'll see what happens. Also, by the way, if you don't want me to do specific things, you can also let me know that. So if there are champions you don't want me to touch or resources you want me to leave alone or whatever it happens to be, that's fine. I do clan boss takeovers. I do dungeon takeovers. I do champion rebuilds. I do gear cleanses. I do coaching. So if there's stuff that you're just curious about, if you want some advice on who to 6-star next, or how to get started on Hydra, or whatever it is that you're looking for, Iron Twins, Sand Devils, Necropolis, I will do my best. I am not an expert in every single area of the game, but I am fairly knowledgeable in every area of the game. So I will give you my best guess. Sometimes I make mistakes, but usually I do a pretty good job. At least I hope so. Yeah, and that's about it. Did I miss anything, son?
Knocked it out of the park.
Thank you, sir. All right, so let's get those reactions in the wheel of Takeover going. We've already got a bunch. Looks like we've got maybe 55, almost 60. And how many people do we have in the channel? We got 80 on the stream. By the way, right now, just in this moment before we do our first poll here, our first spin of the wheel, make sure you like the stream, please, so we can get this out we can get this out in front of as many eyes as possible. That's the phrase. That is the phrase. COVID brain is still in effect. How do I send a DM on Discord? Richard Clifton asks. I'm going to need to know just in case. All you literally have to do is click on, like, you can just left click on my name in Discord. You will see me. I'm in the coaching voice. And then you'll get a little pop-up, and down at the bottom, you should be able to send me a message. It'll say message. So that's literally all you have to do. There are other ways to send DMs, but that's one of the ways. That's the easiest way.
You along.
Yeah.
I hold hands real nice, like.
Okay. Hey, Caveman. And Techniques is here. All right. Alex is in the house. Stinky, good to see you. Suzanne Johansson is here. Burso. Denise. Got a lot of members in the house. Yeah, just in case you see those green names there and you're not sure what that is about, or the little badges, these are the membership options that are, or whatever you would call it. There's YouTube memberships, right? So you can become a member of the channel and you get little perks like those little badges there that upgrade over time. And you also get access to these cool little emojis that we have. We also have a Discord area for members, and members once a month get to tell me what video to make. By the way, this month they told me to make a Hydra video. That video should be coming out tomorrow if I can make sure I muster the energy to do it, because it is the end of the month and I am committed to making sure that I give those members that perk. Yeah, so there are some of the emojis, the deep squats emoji that doesn't make any sense to anybody, but it's fun anyway. Okay. Captain Volcano, how am I feeling today? I'm feeling, I would say I'm feeling about 70%. And no, Hammerhawk, the earbuds didn't go off a bridge. The earbuds are strong. They are fantastic. They're the best part of the channel. They're not going anywhere.
I will end them. Personally.
Good luck. Good luck.
You know, I'm gonna go. Like, hey, Cole. Yeah, man. I think I'm about gonna go for vacation. Go up north. Mind if I stop by at your place for a little while?
Yeah, you should come hang out. Fam. You should come hang out. I'm gonna put my earbuds in the fire safe, and I'm gonna run my old earbuds while you're here.
Take it. My evil plans.
Yeah. No, man, you give away your evil plans because you enjoy like the threat of them. You just
true.
You're not an evil mastermind. You're just a troll. That's what you are. You're just a troll. It's like, my evil plans will work. Why? You just shared them with the whole world. They'll never work. But I think you enjoy taunting me more than you would
know what's coming.
I think you enjoy taunting me about the earbuds like more than you hate the earbuds. Like, if you actually got here and got the earbuds and threw them away, one, you would feel guilty that you threw my earbuds away. And then two, you would not have the material to taunt me with the earbuds anymore. And you enjoy being able to taunt me about it. So I'm pretty sure that you won't throw the earbuds out.
I feel
I could be wrong, though.
Read me like a book.
We've been friends a long time, man. I know how that crazy brain works. That crazy Dutch brain. I know how it works. All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was fun. Okay, let's get somebody a takeover. Why don't we go ahead and spin the wheel? Let's spin that wheel.
Do it.
Sun is giving everybody about 15 more seconds because he likes to do that. Nope, there it goes. It popped. So if you're not on the wheel, unfortunately, you'll have to wait for the next one. Ooh. Who we got? CDN Crippler. The winner is CDN Crippler. Congratulations on the win.
Crippling is what I'm going to do with those earbuds.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay, so CDN Crippler, as soon as you can, shoot me a DM in Discord with your login information, and we'll get this party started. Right? We'll get this party started quickly. No? Yeah? No?
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay. I can't help it. It's like programmed into my brain. If I say the phrase get this party started, I can't avoid the follow-up.
You hear the song in your head?
I don't even hear the song. Like, I barely remember the song. It's there. It's like programmed in. It was, an impressionable time of my youth, and it stuck. Matthew Ritter says, so I'm curious, Colred, what do you do in the account takeover? I do what the people ask. I do whatever I can. I do whatever it is that people want me to try to do. And if I can't do it, I'll let them know, but usually I'll take a swing. CDN Crippler, we need you, buddy. Let me shoot you a message. So all you got to do is respond to my DM, and you should be all set. June Cho says, how do we get our names on the wheel? So I guess you just missed the explanation, but I will do it again. Basically, in my Discord community, in the Call Red Plays Discord, there is a section down, I don't know, it's about halfway. It's a really big Discord server at this point. But about halfway down, there's a section called the Coaching Corner. And you will see 3 channels there. There's a Takeover and Coaching section, there's a Wheel of Takeover section, and there's a Coaching Voice. I'm hanging out in the Coaching Voice right now with Sun. Now, in the Wheel of Takeover, there is a message from Sun, and it says, react to this message for a chance to win a takeover. That's all you have to do. You just have to react to that message. Now, we just spun the wheel, so somebody won, and we're going to probably reset it. If Crippler doesn't show up in the next couple of minutes, we're gonna spin again. But all you have to do is react to Sun's message. You don't need to type anything. You don't need to do anything else. Just react. Any reaction will work. That enters you onto the wheel. We then spin the wheel. You can see the wheel spinning live in Discord. So if you're in the Discord, you'll see the result. I'm not streaming the result, but you can see the result there in Discord. And then we just take that winner.
Yep, and the wheel's just only so big, so it only shows so many names. That's all.
Yeah, if you don't see your name on the wheel, it's because I think it maxes out at like 50 icons or whatever, 50, like graphically you can only show 50 names, but anybody can win. You're still on the wheel. Freaky Gamer, I was just wondering, with the blessing changes, with it changing stats, that will affect my speed tune. Yeah, potentially it could affect your speed tune. Usually I think the speed bonus doesn't come until 5 or 6 stars. 6 stars, I guess. So unless you have a 6-star blessing in your clan boss, it might not change. I don't know where the speed is going to land in terms of how many how many stars you need. But if they move it so that it, like, let's say it happens at 4 stars, then yeah, that could happen. A little bit irritating, but probably worthwhile in the long run. I mean, more speed is generally better for the community, right? All right, son, have you gotten a DM?
Nope, not yet.
I sent a
Give him,
DM.
another few moments here, but if not, we shall respin.
Yeah. So this is just a good warning to people, because this happens from time to time where somebody like signs up on the wheel and then walks away for whatever reason. You know, they think we're not going to spin it that soon. Oh, here's the message. Crippler is here.
Hey.
Yeah, first time winning. All right, why don't you go ahead and send me your account login information. We'll get the show on the road. Right? Something's broken inside and I can't fix it.
I know that feel.
All right. Jacob Hoffmeyer says, book 2 times Maneater, PK, and Feign today. Of course, all 4 had to be fully booked for the books to fall in all the skills. Yeah, that's the way that works sometimes. But that's going to be a fun clan boss team. So you've got 2 Maneaters at a 4-3 with PK also, I think. Does PK have to be at a 4-3 there? I think so, right? Maybe not. Your Feign could be at a 1-1. And then you get another damage dealer to squeeze into that team. You're going to be fully affinity friendly. You don't have to worry about that because the 2 Maneaters take care of that situation. And then that should, hopefully, that will definitely get you a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. Should get you a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, and it will help you on the way towards a 1-key Ultra Nightmare. Eventually, you're going to want to remove the PK. You're going to want to get fast enough where you can run the 2 Maneaters at 5-3, and that should be enough. There are also other ways to do it differently, you know, but you can run them faster. And the faster you go, the more damage you get out of that. Matthew Ritter says, bro, you would cringe at my first account I made. I'm level 43, but made so many critical mistakes because was learning the entirety of the game while I played. But my second account made a week ago is A+. Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad way to do it. It's not a bad way to do it, to play an account for 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month or 2, and then be like, all right, I've learned the game. Now let me start from the beginning. I don't feel like any account is ever lost. Like you can't really ruin an account. But the emotional hangover from making mistakes and feeling like you haven't done a good job can make you not like an account, and that's fine to move on from. You know, it's like you don't need to feel attached to these things. All right, we've got the information coming in. Okay, that is not the password. Are the capitals wrong or something? Capital letters, maybe? Ah, I got it. Yeah, the capital letters were not the way they were supposed to be. Yeah, I got it. So you can send me the 2-factor authentication and we'll go. Change the view, people say. It's just showing my logo right now. That's all we got. We're not in an account. Don't worry about it. If you're seeing the logo, the Color Red Plays logo, that's what you're supposed to be seeing right now. No reason to be nervous. Don't worry, I'm not mean about it. Don't worry. Crippler, whatever we can do for you, we'll do for you. There is no judgment here. Everybody plays their own way. Everybody learns at their own speed, has their own goals for the game. I don't judge gamers. That's not what I'm about. You know, I will give you my feedback. I'll definitely give you my feedback, but you should not be worried about, you know, me judging you. Don't worry about that. I'm not about that. All right, so we got a level 76 account here. We are on Gerda Bogbrew. So we've been in the game a while. So this is probably, I don't know, late mid-game account. Why don't you let me know, Crippler, what it is that you're looking for help with while I check out the rest of your account here. So now everybody should be able to see Crippler's account here. So let's take a look at the roster. All right, we are looking at, it seems like 17 six-star champions. Got some good ones here. Definitely got some good ones here. Some really nice six-star champions. I mean, you've got your Deacon Armstrong. You've got an Emic Trunkheart. Fantastic. You've got a Geo, Rector Draft. You got two of the starter champions. Coldheart, Stagnite, Kaimar, Mishinaki, Elva. These are phenomenal champions. These are crazy good champions. This roster right now, honestly, looks fantastic. Looks absolutely fantastic. And you've got a lot of great champions that you could build up here. You've got Yakarl, Vizix, Helicath, Necmo. You know, you've got Seer you could take to 6 stars. It looks like you've got 3 Maneaters at 50. Probably don't need all 3. It's not bad. Like 3, you could have 3 copies of Maneater, but you know, 2 copies of Maneater are really nice. 3rd copy is like gravy. You got a Rune Keeper, Godseeker, Inquisitor. You've got Genbo, a Kemptum, Allure, Lady Annabelle. You got a Seeker. You got a Doom Priest. Man, I mean, you got a Demitha. You got 2 Demithas. Got Naya and Ursula. Fantastic. Fantastic. You have a whole lot of 5-star champions. You have a ton of 5-star champions. And if I were to say, you know, something that you could focus on doing is you have so many good champions worth taking to 6-star that you need to stop focusing on building up 5-star champions. I know they're helpful in like faction crypts and stuff like that, but you need to focus on getting more 6-star champions. If you don't have books for legendaries, that's fine. You have great epics to take to 6 stars. That's absolutely fine. So like if we look in your tavern, we'll see how many books you have. Okay, so you could take another legendary up to 6-star. That would be good, depending on if you need these books for current 6-star champions. And, you know, 29 books is at least 2 to 3 epics. So, you know, one of the things I would do is focus on like picking some of your next 6-star champions and going that way. And the way to do that, we'll talk about that as we do this takeover, is, you know, have a focus, have a thing that you want to do and put all your eggs in one basket, really, like, or at least however many eggs you need to fill up that basket. And then you can start worrying about a second basket, if that metaphor tracks at all for anybody. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what you're saying. You'd like some help with Clan Boss? I'm struggling with knowing how to gear, spent too much time on lots of things, more in the vault. Yeah, we could take a look at the vault too. Really quickly. You got a second Yakarl. A lot more epics. Wow, all these fantastic epics. You have a ton of great champions. Another Eurogrim. You know, Drexthar. Okay, so you're looking for help in Clan Boss. The good news is you're stacked for Clan Boss. You are absolutely stacked for Clan Boss. We're not going to have any trouble getting you a great Clan Boss team. So let's take a look at Clan Boss. All right, so where are you right now? You are a Nightmare, and it looks like you're doing about 15 million a key on Nightmare, which is a 3-key Nightmare. Okay, and your current team is Elva, Stagnite, Geo, Emic, and Rhonda. I'm assuming that's not speed tuned. That's just 5 great champions you've thrown in there all together. Okay. Now, there are several options. There are really several options for you here. I'm going to take a look at some champions and see who's booked. You were looking for double Maneater. Double Maneater could work for you. You have better options, I think, than double Maneater. So we'll take a look at that. All right, so we have Emic. He's almost booked. He's one book shy. He's one book shy, and he's got Brimstone. So that could be a really good option. He's way slow right now. And we talk about rebuilding champions. Let's see. How's your Deacon? Not booked. Okay. Geo? Mostly booked. Somewhat booked. All right. Yeah, we've got a lot of options. So I'm going to give you at least 2 good options so you can consider what you want to do. I mean, you literally have almost every unkillable in the game available to you. So if you would think about it this way, if we're thinking about an unkillable speed tune, and the reason that's usually a good idea is because unkillable speed tunes guarantee you 50 turns, and basically, if anybody is wondering why unkillables are so powerful, it's because you don't have to bring a lot of buffs. And you don't have to bring a lot of debuffs. You get to streamline your team. Basically, if you can make an unkillable team composition with 2 or 3 champions, then you can build everybody for damage. You just get them to the speed that they need to be, and you don't have to worry about survivability. You don't have to worry about ally protect, increased defense. You don't have to worry about strengthen. You don't have to worry about shields. You don't have to worry about a decreased attack buff. You don't have to worry about any of that. The only skills you want to really bring for an unkillable speed tune typically are you need the unkillable buffs, right? That may require like a speed buff or turn meter fill to get there. Like we can talk about that. But basically you need the unkillable buffs. Then you probably want a block debuffs buff or a cleanse to make sure that you can go fully affinity friendly. And then you want to weaken, a decreased defense, maybe a poison sensitivity with your poisons and HP burns. You can basically bring in a huge variety of damage dealers depending on the actual tune. You can even have champions that get extra turn mechanics. And so you can dedicate a lot of the team to damage instead of survivability. Now, the downside is the speeds can be hard to achieve, especially as you increase in terms of the ratio. So if you're going at a 3-to-1 with like a Demitha tune, right? Demitha is incredibly powerful because if we look at her, where is she? Why am I not seeing her? I know she was right here. There she is. I'm on her. I'm literally on her. Okay. So she has a block damage buff for 1 turn on a 3-turn cooldown. So what you can do is you can get to a 3-to-1 ratio where she's going 3 turns for every 1 turn of the boss. And literally this skill is coming off of cooldown for every attack of the boss. So if you have her at the bottom of the turn order so that she goes last and puts this skill up, then the clan boss goes and he does no damage. Then you go 3 times again. And then the clan boss goes and the skill is up and nobody takes any damage. And it literally covers every champion on your team for every attack the clan boss makes. But it's a 3-to-1 speed tune. Getting all of that speed into the team can be tricky. Now, here's the great news. You have Eris, you have Demitha, you have Deacon, and you have Seeker. Those are the 4 champs that make the Myth Air team work, right? So I'm going to show you that team here on Deadwood Jedi's site. All right, so this has a ton of speed tunes, right? And so all we're going to do here is we're going to go to speed tunes and we're going to look for a Demitha speed tune. And we should find the Myth Air. There's a budget Myth Air. We can look at that one, but we're just looking for the classic Myth Air. Where is it? Myth Air. Here it is. Let's open that one up. Okay. Let me shrink myself down a little bit. Okay. All right. So these are the 4 champions I was just talking about. And the really nice thing about this is if you look at the speeds, you can see how low the speeds are, right? You need Eris at 245. Demitha does have to run at 274, which is fast. Okay. But the speeds are relatively achievable. Just running one champion that fast should be manageable, you know, especially where you are in the game. Now, if you don't have quite the gear, like, we'll figure that out. We'll worry about that. This does require Deacon to use his speed aura to make these speeds more manageable. That 19% speed aura is important. Now, the great thing about this is when you look at the speed tune, you can bring in any DPS whatsoever, any DPS in the game. It doesn't matter, because what happens is you get this speed tune. So every column looks the same, right? Eris goes first. Her speed buff also is her cleanse. So by going first, she will cleanse everybody of, in the first column, it would be the stun. And in the third column, it would be the slow from Spirit Affinity. So it is fully affinity friendly. And the great thing is it's full auto. Now, there is one consideration here, which is Eris can't get stunned. That's the major consideration for this. If she takes the stun, then she can't cleanse the stun, and that breaks the speed tune. So the way that you typically handle that with Eris is a force affinity champion. So if you bring in a force affinity DPS, that means that when you're going into the Spirit Affinity and Force Affinity is weak, Eris, you can just put her later in the turn order, and you can give her, what's the mastery called? Steadfast mastery. You put the steadfast mastery on her, put her late in the turn order, and she won't take the stun. Now, maybe you don't want to do that for every affinity. Maybe you want to have a different damage dealer. You don't want to have a force affinity damage dealer, because nobody else here in the team is naturally force, right? So you need a force affinity damage dealer. But what was I saying? Okay, so maybe you don't want to have that. So maybe you want to have 2 different damage dealers, and your Spirit Affinity team won't be quite optimal. That's just the scenario with this team, because everybody's a different affinity, right? So you have magic here, you have spirit here on Deacon, you have force affinity on Eris, and then you have void affinity on Demitha. So everybody will be weak affinity once, but it doesn't matter if anybody else takes the stun except Eris, because Eris is the cleanser. She can't take the stun. So that means you have to have a force affinity DPS who takes the stun in against Spirit Affinity clan boss. But the rest of the time you can run whoever you want. And then, the power in it is you get a 3-to-1 ratio. You put everybody in the offense tree, get everybody War Master or Giant Slayer, depending on who it is. All of these champions would get War Master. And that means, all of these A1s that are popping off, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You get 8 A1s here. Plus Deacon's A2 is a hit. Seeker's A2 doesn't matter. It's not a hit. I don't think Demitha's A2 is a hit. I'm not really sure. But you get all of those A1s and the A2 that hits. All of those that hit, anything that hits can proc your Giant Slayers and your War Masters. So that's where a huge chunk of your damage comes from, right? It's not really anything else. And because you're going at a 3-to-1 ratio, this is incredibly powerful. You get so many opportunities to get War Master procs. That takes the pressure off your 1 DPS. Your 1 DPS is running super slow, so you can put them probably in attack percentage boots or defense percentage boots or whatever, their damage source is, whatever stat is the most advantageous. Get them 100% crit rate, get them as much crit damage as you can, or maybe it's a poisoner or an HP burner or somebody like that. So you can really run some interesting champions here. Now, as far as your roster is concerned, let's take a look at your roster again. And let's see what damage dealers we're talking about. Well, I know, let's see. Did I see? Yeah. Okay, so one of the downsides of this speed tune, and this is the other downside of this speed tune, is it doesn't naturally bring a weaken. Right? It doesn't naturally bring a poison sensitivity. It does bring a decreased defense, which is nice. So you're going to do more damage there, but it doesn't bring a weaken. So if you have a damage dealer who does a weaken, so for instance, if you have Fane can be a great champion in this composition because she brings poisons and a weaken. But you can just look at the roster and see if there are any weaken champions who do decent damage. Now, you don't have to have a weaken. You don't absolutely have to have it, but it is one of the weaknesses of this particular composition. So where's the weaken? That's weaken, right? All right, you've got Geo. I forgot about Geo. I wonder why I forgot about Geo. So he's got the HP burn. He's got the weaken. He may be enough. It may be that you make him your damage dealer, and then that gives you 50 turns of that. You get the reflect damage here on the Stone Guard. You get the HP burns, and that should be enough. That should be enough to get you, at the very least, that's a 2 key with a relatively cheap speed tune. When you think about like the resource investment here for this speed tune, it's 4 epics if you include Geo, 4 epics and 1 rare. Not a single legendary. Not a single legendary. The great thing about Geo, he's force affinity. He solves your problem for Eris in the stun. So you put Geo on this team, and he's going to do a ton of damage, and he's going to allow you to run the same exact team on all affinities. You will run the Geo team everywhere. You don't have to change it. So this is by far the cheapest speed tune for you to get potentially up to a 1 key Ultra Nightmare in terms of investments in champions. Now, that's not always the goal. I'm not saying that that's what it should be, but I'm saying if you're like, okay, what can I do relatively easily, right? If we look at the account, right, we're like, okay, so Geo needs a few more books. He needs to make sure that he has this book. And that's probably it, actually. I mean, you'd want the other books on Geo because he's strong in other places. Now, I think you do have 2 Geomancers, right? Yeah, you have 2 Geomancers. And that's important because you may want to build a second Geomancer for like an Iron Twin solution or solutions in other places. And you'll need more speed than the 157 or whatever you're going to run on Geo for the Myth Air composition. Okay. Now, that's not the only great damage dealer, by the way. You have an Anax. He brings a weaken. Where is it? On his A2 or A3? A3. He brings a weaken. He brings poisons. You've got Skrank. Skrank is a great damage dealer with HP burns and a weaken on his A1. Really good clan boss damage dealer. You could go with a different composition that utilizes Helicath. We'll talk about that next. You have Ashma. Ashma is one of my favorite. Like, I personally want to make a clan boss speed tune utilizing Ashma. She's a fantastic champion. So she has a 30% chance of landing a poison on each hit on a 2-hitter on her A1. So if you can get her into an ally attack team or a counter attack team, she can put out a ton of poisons on her own. She has a 100% chance of landing a weaken on the A2. And the reason I love her so much is this A3, which has a 100% chance of increasing the duration of all debuffs on the target by 1 turn. So you can increase the duration of those poison sensitivities, and those weakens can be a ton of damage. And then the passive has a little bit of heals, which you don't really need. Okay. So, you've got great options here. Carillon is kind of interesting that you have him. I want this champion. He's not a clan boss damage dealer. I was just noticing him. But yeah. So I think probably your safest bet, if you decide to go this route, if we're looking at the books, right? You have to book out your Deacon. You have to finish booking out your Deacon. You have to finish booking out your Geo. You have to finish booking out your Demitha. All right, so you've got a bunch of books on Demitha. You could save some. You don't need the A1 fully booked. So if you just get the books into the A3, that's all you need on Demitha. You could definitely go this route. This is a great route to go. And I just want to suggest it because it's, like I said, it's the cheapest route in terms of investment. And I think realistically, you'll find yourself at a 2-key Ultra Nightmare as soon as the speed tune is complete. As soon as you tune it and it works and it clicks, it's a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Getting it to a 1-key Ultra Nightmare on all affinities may be tricky. It may not happen. Now, there is a variation of the speed tune I want to show you. So instead of this speed tune, instead of this version, which is the classic Myth Air, right? If we go back to that list, there was a previous Myth Air, which is, where is it? Ultimate Myth Air. The Ultimate Myth Air with a 3-to-1 DPS. Okay, so this uses the same for champions. The speeds are slightly different. You'll notice the last spot, the empty spot for DPS, is moving a lot faster than in the Myth Air, right? The Myth Air here, you're working at 156, and here in Ultimate Myth Air, you're working at 256. So you've got 100 extra speed on this particular champion. And the benefit here is that you get a 3-to-1 ratio on your damage dealer as well. So in this case, it's Raz and Scarhide. It's the orange bar. You can see it goes 3 times. Now, in the previous version, the damage dealer here was Warboy, also the orange. And you can see Warboy actually only goes at a 2-to-1. So everybody was getting a 3-to-1, basically, except for the damage dealer, who was only going at a 2-to-1 ratio. So with this speed, which is not significantly different, it just requires more speed on your damage dealer, which means speed boots instead of attack percentage boots or whatever. It's 100 more speed. You're going to have to find more than just changing boots. But my point is you're going to get a lot of speed just from changing the boots out. But you get to a 3-to-1 ratio here. Now, this is nice because it gives you more opportunities to, again, land War Master procs on your damage dealer. But also your damage dealer is probably hitting pretty hard or having, it has really good skills in order to land this. Now, in this particular case, I don't know that you get a ton of extra damage from building Geomancer at a 3-to-1. If you could do it, I would do it anyway, because more War Master procs are more War Master procs. So if you're going to get to a 1-key Ultra Nightmare with this tune, you'd want the ultimate version of the Myth Air. You want Ultimate Myth Air with a 3-to-1 DPS. But this allows you to bring in a different DPS if you wanted to. Okay, so just be aware of that. Okay. Now, there are other speed tunes. You also have a Helicath. Now, Helicath is incredibly valuable because Helicath gives you a 2-turn block damage buff. Plus, he has an A1 weaken. So any Helicath speed tune inherently has a weaken available without bringing in another champion. You don't have to bring in an additional champion. Your DPS doesn't have to bring the weaken, right? Here, the DPS has to bring the weaken or there's no weaken on the team. The other thing about a Helicath speed tune is that you don't need as much speed in your team. You don't need as much turn meter fill. You don't need like 4 champions to make it work in a lot of cases. So let's pull up a Helicath tune. Let's see if we can do that. Here's Helicath. Ninja Cat Eater. I think that's... Okay, so this is Helicath and Maneater. And you have a Maneater. So this would be a really good tune. The nice thing about this is the Maneater helps you go affinity friendly. So we'll show this in just a second. Also, the speeds aren't tough here, right? You have the Seeker at 218, Maneater's at 255. Everybody else is running relatively slow. This does work for Ninja. You don't have to have Ninja here. You might have to tweak the speeds a little bit, but the explanation would be here. So you get 2 DPS here. Now, you're not running at a 3-to-1 ratio. On this one, you're going to be running probably, yeah. So if you're actually looking here, if you think about a 3-to-1 ratio, you have 5 champions. In the Ultimate Myth Air, everybody is going 3 times per cycle. So literally you get 15 turns per column. That means 45 turns per cycle. So you can always compare the number of turns per cycle to kind of get an indication of how much damage you'll naturally be doing just by War Masters and Giant Slayers. So in this case, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 plus 9 is 18, plus 5 is 23. So instead of 45 turns per cycle, we're getting 23 turns per cycle. That's half. You're getting half as many attacks. The difference is you're bringing 2 DPS champions and you have a native weaken that you don't have to bring from your DPS. Maneater at the bottom of this column places the unkillable debuff that covers both the second column and the third column in terms of attack, so you're unkillable all the way through. Helicath is covering the first column. Maneater's block debuffs buff allows you to go full affinity friendly, so you can block the slow on spirit, and it also will block the stun. It's a beautiful tune. It's a really nice tune, and it comes into tune relatively quickly. I'm curious if there's an issue on the first stun. There may be an issue on the first stun where you have to like direct the first stun. We can actually look at the notes. Let's see if it says anything here. You will want to avoid the stun hitting Maneater or Helicath on the first stun. Place them last in the turn order to ensure you have someone of weak and or neutral affinity ahead of them in the turn order. Okay, so with this, I believe you don't really care that much about Maneater because Maneater will always be neutral. I mean, you don't want him to take the stun, but it's not going to be hard to avoid the stun on Maneater. But here, for Helicath, I believe is Spirit Affinity, right? Yeah, Spirit Affinity. So you would want, a Spirit Affinity champion in the tune somewhere, and ahead of him in the turn order. And I think, yeah, unfortunately, Seeker is Magic Affinity. So you need another Spirit Affinity champ somewhere in the tune. This gives you a lot of options. Fane, again. She's Spirit Affinity, by the way, I think, right? So she could work, but you don't need that weaken, so you could bring somebody else if you wanted. So we do have a lot of options. We do have a lot of options, and now we also have, if we want to go back to if I can make this work, geez, come on, Colward. Okay, so if we go back to the roster. We also have other Maneater tunes, right? Like there's a really good tune with Emic and Maneater. So you have that option as well. Now, Emic is nice because he has a cooldown reduction that allows you to change the speeds a little bit, but also allows you to get back around to your damage dealing skills really quickly. So if I go back to the website, sorry, I know I'm bouncing around here. So I don't think they have Emic in they don't have them listed for whatever reason. So there's Heart Eater and Slow Beating Chunk Heart. There are actually others. But so this one is incredibly nice. This is the Heart Eater. Now, I like Heart Eater for a lot of reasons. I think this is a fantastic speed tune. This is one of the best speed tunes, I think, in the game. And the reason is it is naturally affinity friendly and it requires no turn meter fill or speed boost or anything like that. It is full auto, full affinity friendly, and the speeds are completely manageable, and it allows you to bring in 3 DPS. So if we look at this speed tune, right, it is a slow speed tune. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. So now you're talking about only 17 hits per cycle versus the 45 we were getting out of Demythus, right? We were getting 45 turns per cycle. Here, what did we just say? We're getting 17? 17. So it is much slower, but you're getting 3 damage dealers. So any 3 great damage dealers you can mix in here to bring you all of the things that you want out of damage, whether it's HP burns, poisons, poison sensitivity, weaken, decreased defense, whatever it is that you're trying to get onto the boss, you can probably do it with 3 DPS. So again, Maneater covers, by going with the A3 at the bottom of column 2, covers the AoE 2, covers the stun, covers the slow from the Spirit Affinity boss, and covers, blocking the stun debuff as well as keeping the unkillable up. Emic does a cooldown, which allows you to use champions that have 4 turn cooldown skills, turns them into 3 turn cooldown skills. So you can deal a lot of damage that way. So you'll notice that in the calculator here, they have 3 ally attack champions. An ally attack champion is a really good way to increase the number of hits you get in a tune that is relatively slow. I don't know who is sending me all these DM messages because it's not just Crippler. Don't worry, Crippler. We're going to figure out what you can do based on your gear. My guess is you can do all of these. You can do all of these. But okay. So the really nice thing about this is that it's by far the most flexible of the 3 that we've shown so far. So you have a Demitha option, you have a Helicath option, which could be a Helicath mixed with a Maneater. There are other Helicath options. You can do a Helicath with a Demitha. You can do a Helicath with an Emic. Like, they all work. You have too many unkillable champions. So I'm just showing you that, like, right away, my brain, as soon as I saw your account, my brain is ticking. I'm like, this is a crazy roster. You have every option available. You literally have every option available. So the question becomes, which one do you choose? And I think that question is one I don't want to answer for you, but I'm going to help guide you towards an answer here. Okay. I'm going to help you think about the considerations of which one you want to pick. All right. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to back to your account. So just think about the 3 options. The 3 options here are a Helicath based one, a Demitha based one, and Emic based one. Emic and Maneater goes together. Helicath could go with Maneater. That'd be fine. You could do a double Maneater. That's an option we haven't even talked about yet. That's another cheap one. Remember that the Myth Heir requires 4 champions, but you have the Geo. That's a perfect quint. That's a perfect team of 5. Works beautifully. That's really nice. That's the cheapest one. This is probably the most flexible one. The Helicath one is sort of in between. I love Helicath, by the way. I think he's a phenomenal champion. But looking at him, he's not really booked. And you do need to land these 2 books, and you probably want to land these 3 books. This is, in some tunes, this shield is incredibly important. This is an incredibly valuable This is an incredibly valuable champion. So he's worth booking out and taking to 6 stars. But so the way we're going to decide this, the way I would suggest thinking about it, is thinking about your goals in other places. What can you use in other places? And how much would it cost you to get there? Emic is 1 book away. Helicath is at the very least 2 books away, and realistically, he's 8 books away. Right? Both Helicath and Emic would require a Maneater. If you have a Maneater who's mostly booked, you've got this Maneater, but okay, so this is your closest Maneater. So that would be, if we booked them all the way out, we're talking about 6, 7, we're talking about 8 epic books and 1 legendary book, and you've got your speed tune. Now you just have to hit the gear levels. You've got a Brimstone here for extra damage. You've got a Blessing here. You can, figure out what you want to use there. But in terms of being ready like tomorrow, you can 6-star your Maneater. You can book him. You can get that 1 book onto Emic. You've got the Brimstone. It's a 3-star Brimstone, by the way, which is not bad, right? Because you've got the 30% chance of landing the smite instead of 15% chance. That's nice. I think the speeds are manageable. So this feels to me like this is one you could have ready within a day or two. By the end of CVC, you could have this speed tune ready. Now, the question is, who are the damage dealers that you bring? And that's a good question. You have a Rathalos built. Rathalos could be an interesting clan boss damage dealer. You don't have him booked. You need an HP burner there. Okay, maybe not. Mishinaki is a great choice. Great clan boss damage dealer. He's got an HP burn on his A1. He naturally joins attacks when there's a hex on the clan boss. He brings a hex. He's got a decreased defense, which is nice. So you have that. We were already talking about champions that bring weakens, right? So potentially any of the champions that we mentioned before that bring weakens, you could bring Geo back into the team. You could bring Ashma into the team. Let's see, where were those weaken champions? Yeah, I think Skrank is a great option. But this is going to require you to build somebody up somewhere. Now your Geo's fully masteried and he's close. So throw him in. Brings your weaken, brings your HP burn, brings your reflect damage. That's going to get you more damage because remember, the nice thing about Geo is regardless of how fast the speed tune goes, if it's unkillable, he gets hit 50 times. He gets hit 50 times. And if he goes at a 1-to-1 ratio, he gets hit 50 times. And if he was running at a 7-to-1 ratio, he gets hit 50 times. The clan boss will attack him. Well, maybe not, right? He might not be the stun target. So he might not get hit 50 times. He might get hit, 30 something times. What would that be? 33 times or 34 times. So my point is he gets 50 chances to be the target. He won't be the stun target on some affinities, but he could be the stun target on some affinities. So on one affinity at least. And so, you get 33 to 50 reflections. You get this stone guard that many times. So in addition to all of the War Masters and the Giant Slayers, that's what you get. So there's your weaken. Right? Now you need 2 other damage dealers. Let's look at who your damage dealers are that are built. I wouldn't bring Mishinaki with Geo because the HP burns can mess each other up. So you don't want to do that. Oh, you actually have 2 Mishinakis and one is almost fully booked. I didn't even see that there were 2. So that's a consideration. You could bring him instead of Geo. That's an option. You have a Venom Mage who's a very good poisoner. By the way, you have Georgia. That's phenomenal. He's not a great clan boss damage dealer, but he's really an arena champion. But that's a great champion. Drexthar's not awful with the HP burns. You have a Kemptum. Okay, so let's see what it would take you to really get this tune working where you want it to. Geo needs a book or 2. That's it. You run Kymar, Georgid, Rhonda, and UDK in Arena. Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. I could see that doing great. You might also want to think about actually mixing in your Elva to that team. That could work really well too. Having a Reviver mixed in with UDK and a healer can be really powerful. You could use Scylla the Drakes as well. So that gives you some flexibility there. But So you need to build other damage dealers. So the question would be, who would you build? If you're going to run Geo and 2 additional damage dealers, who do you run with Geo? And you don't want to interfere with his HP burn, right? Because his passive only works when he has the HP burn up. I think a really good champion to run with him could be who I was talking about before, which is Aishma. I think you had 2 copies of her, right? I'm pretty sure. So she's going to bring poisons, and she's going to extend the debuff so that HP burn's always going to be up. The weaken's always going to be up. She's going to bring poisons and weaken. She could synergize really well with Geo. She doesn't interfere with Geo. I like that idea. She's a different affinity. So when he's, weak hitting, she's going to be strong hitting. So, that's good too. That could work really well. I don't know if you have an ally attack champion here. Let's check to see if you have any ally attacks. I mean, Morag's not a bad champion. She's typically a champion you would bring into a killable composition. So I don't know that I'd use her here. She hits decently hard, but she gives you the strengthen buff. She does have an ally attack. None of these champions are really great. What about counterattack? Let's see if you have a counterattack champion that would be viable. I mean, you do have a Skull Crusher. Now, here's the thing. If you're going with a slower speed tune, the counterattack might work really well. So you could do Skull Crusher. He also becomes a stun target in like every affinity, right? Because he's putting up the ally protect, and the clan boss avoids stunning champions that have ally protect on. So with the speed tune, the MX speed tune, you would get a decent amount of ally or counterattacks. So that's, again, when we talk about a slower speed tune, this one's only got, what did we say? It was 17 attacks per cycle. So having ally attacks up for potentially a decent chunk of that, even if you're getting 5 or 6 extra attacks out of that, if that's all you're getting, that's a significant increase in the number of attacks. So you could do that. Or you could just go with champions that bring a lot of damage. I'm basically thinking about avoiding other HP burn champions, because if you're running Geo, which makes sense, then you don't run another HP burn champion. However, you do have options other than Geo. So I do like sort of the Venom Mage Aishma combo, right? Because Venom Mage brings, you don't get a poison sensitivity, you get the heal reduction. You get a decreased defense here, which we don't have on the other champions. So that's going to bring more damage. I'm trying to see if I'm missing anybody obvious. I mean, I might be. I don't have every champion in the game. I don't run everybody, like obviously Rathalos brings a decreased defense. Let's see who else brings. I mean, Mishinaki does bring a decreased defense. Unfortunately, Mistrider Dathi wouldn't work with this kind of team composition, but you could use him with your Demitha composition. It would work. He would work with Demitha's 3-1. I don't see a Whisper. Okay, so The benefit of running the Demitha comp is relatively cheap investment. Champions that you want to 6-star anyway, or you already have 6-starred. Geo is in both compositions here. So I think, Geo is a really good choice for an unkillable clan boss damage dealer. And his damage isn't going to drop off depending on which tune that he's in. So if you want to run him fast, you could run him in the 3-1 DPS spot for the ultimate Demitha or the ultimate Myth Air composition. That would be a great way to get him fast enough to be usable in other content, and then you don't have to build your second Geomancer. You may want to build your second Geomancer anyway, but I like that option. That's a really nice option. And the downside to this option is it's going to take you a little while because you have to 6-star Demitha, you have to 6-star Eris. Technically you don't, by the way. You could run Eris and like Seeker at 5 stars, as long as they're fast enough. You just don't have this 6-star mastery capstone. You wouldn't have your War Master or your Giant Slayer. War Master. You wouldn't have your War Masters for these champions, but you could get the speed tune going before they're there. You could get them to 5 stars built to the right speeds. The downside of that is because some of the speeds are relatively fast, it helps to have the 6th spot open for the banner to get speed on the banner. It's an easier way to get enough speed. But Seeker's certainly running slow enough that you don't need to run him at 6 stars right away. So, you'd have to build and book your Deacon. You'd have to 6-star and book your Demitha. You'd have to 6-star and she's booked, so you'd have to 6-star your Eris eventually, and then you'd have to build your Seeker, finish the books on him, and build him up. So this is a lot more building. Again, it's a cheaper overall investment, but it's a lot more building. I think the Emic tune requires 1 book for Emic, a few books for Maneater, and you 6-star Maneater, and then literally you're good to go. Get your books on Geomancer and any other 2 damage dealers that you have. You can just get them to the speed and just throw them in. It doesn't even really matter who they are. You get that tune working tomorrow. So if we wanted to check this tune out, I don't know. How are you feeling? Like, it feels like this is Helicath might be a long-term solution that you really like. I actually really like Helicath because he has that weaken on his A1, and because his shield, you can actually make it unkillable without another unkillable champion. Like, he can run by himself. There are tunes where basically Helicath's shield acts as another unkillable buff on the A3. So he's really good, but right now it just feels like because you have Geo built and he's such a good fit and you want him built anyway, you may as well go in that direction. And that means one of the other 2 compositions right away. What about Madame Saris? What about Madame Saris for what? Great champion. Great for arena. Not a champion I would take into clan boss, if that's what you're asking about. Oh, you're saying what about Madame Saris for arena? Like you could run her instead of, like I was saying, Sylva the Drakes or Elva. Yeah, she's a great 4th spot. You have a buff strip. I mean, you have Wukong. Wukong's better than Elva. Better than Madame Saris. Right? Because he brings your buff strip. And he hits hard. She is neutral affinity always because she's void. She's a great champion and she's cheaper to build. So, but how are you feeling about the speed tunes? Do you want to work up the Emic, the slow beating Chunk Heart one, or what? Heart Eater? You want to work up the Heart Eater a little bit? I mean, the great thing about this too is that it only requires those 2 champions. So once you get other champions in, like if you get a Ferric in the Fat and you want an ally attack, or if you get, if you get Creela, if you get some other ally attack champion, you could do that. You want to go? Yeah, I think Emek's a great choice because this speed is really usable in dungeons as well. So you can run Emek in a lot of places at 250. He's a great champion at 250. All right. So let's do as much as we can. Let's get your gear going, and we'll see how far away you are. Yeah, and then the nice thing about this speed tune, let me just double check the speed tune. Let me just make sure that this isn't going to be weird for some reason. So here, it looks like we're covered. On the first slow, we're covered with the block debuffs, and on the first stun, we're covered with the block debuffs. So it tunes right away. This is a full auto, absolutely full auto team. Now, I want to check something. So you can see that Longbeard here is at the bottom of this turn, at the column, the third column. So I want to see what happens if we put in Skull Crusher. And let's see if we can put the A2 there. Okay, so if we put the A2 there, whoever gets stunned, whoever pulls a stun, which is going to be Skull Crusher, would counterattack. So that's one counterattack there. On the AoE 1, it looks like you would have 4 counterattacks up. No, MX falls off. So you have Kreelas, Maneaters, and Farrakins, whatever this DPS is. So let's put in Geo here. So Geo would counterattack, Maneater would counterattack, and whoever the other DPS. Let's put Ashma here just for the time being. Now, the great thing about Ashma counterattacking... Son, you got something?
I was going to say, as a quick reminder, if you're doing any kind of clan boss building, don't forget those arena bonuses, or area bonuses, arena bonuses.
Good point. Let me take a look. All right, no area bonuses, but good shout out. Thank you. I do forget that from time to time. Okay, so if we did this, the counterattacks are going to be Maneater, who hits decently hard. By the way, you're going to want to build him for damage. Geomancer and Ashma on this. So we're going to get 1, 2, 3 counterattacks here. It looks like we can't get the Skull Crusher's counterattack to land in the same spot every time. And the reason that is happening is because of MX cooldown reduction. It's a little bit less predictable in this speed tune. So maybe we don't go with Skull Crusher. Not that it's bad, but okay. I mean, one of the questions I have is, could we run another? We should be able to run another 4-3 champion. We should be able to get a third 4-3 champion into this tune. It shouldn't be 3 1-to-1 DPSs. Let's take a look. I want to see something. I want to see if I can make this work. I'm pretty sure I've already made this work. You know what? Now that I think about it, I think I've already done this speed tune. Let me, I'm going to switch over to my account. I think I have this speed tune already done. I was messing around with somebody else's speed tune for a while, and I created a speed tune that like I broke it right away on my account. But I think I have. Yeah, it might be broken, but let me see. So clan boss. That's so irritating. You should be able to look at your speed tunes. You should be able to look at your speed tunes. That's the speed tune. It's the exact speed tune, I think. The thing is, I changed Emic's speeds, but I think everybody else is still at the same speed. 224. No, maybe I broke the speed. Yeah, I think that's a different HMA. 24. But that 224 speed might work. Okay, let me see. There's another speed tune. Let me just see if I can make this work, because this would be better. All right, so we want to try to get 3-4-3 champions. We just want another DPS that's going a little bit faster. So we've got these 2, 3, 4, 4, 3. We've got these 2 tunes that have 3, 4, 3 champions. Too many numbers in that sentence to make that make sense. All right, so I don't know if it's the alternate. I think it might be the original. Is the one that works for this. The question is if it's like full auto. I'm not 100% sure. So, okay, so what we would want here is we want Emic in this spot. And we want Maneater in this spot. And so you can see, we have Emic down at the bottom of column 1, Maneater down at the bottom of column 2. Now, Maneater needs to use his A3 there. So I think we need to delay it by 1 turn. Yep, and that works. And now this covers, like, everybody's still only going once in the 3rd column. That's really important. But what you see here is instead of having 6-6-5, we have 7-6-5. We get an extra turn out of our DPS. And the reason that matters is uptime on debuffs. We want to have the weakens, the HP burns, and the poisons up as often as possible. So more, and plus 1 additional War Master proc. So, you can see this speed tune is actually really manageable as well. But let me just make sure, does this work full affinity friendly? So somebody can't take the stun. So these 2 champions, so Emic can't take the stun, which shouldn't be an issue, I don't think. And then the Steel Skull probably could take the stun and it wouldn't matter, because as long as it's not Maneater. Maneater wouldn't take a stun because he has the block debuffs up. So it's just Emic who can't take the stun in this particular scheme. Which I don't think it'll be a problem. I don't think that's going to be a problem. There'll be one affinity potentially where it could be a problem, but we can solve that just by turn order. Okay. So this is actually even more manageable in terms of speeds, I think. Right? So instead of this this comp where you have to run 2 people at like 245 plus. Here you don't have to run anybody over 239. So this feels better. Let me just make sure does it tune. So the second go round is slightly problematic. So maybe, what did we do here? Oh, did I mess that up? Yeah, I did. I'm wondering if this is going to work on Spirit Affinity. There we go. Okay. That solved the problem. Right, we just need to make sure that in the second column, like in every column, that we cover the slow with the block debuffs. Sorry if I went silent for a while there. I was just trying to see if we could do that. So by changing the speed of Maneater a little bit, now does he need to be faster than Skull Crusher? I'm sorry, faster than Emic or slower than Emic? No, we can't force him into that spot. So he still needs to be slower than Emic, I think. So we can speed Emic up a little bit. Yeah, and then he can run. Okay, so 240, 239. So by getting Maneater to go always in the second column, right? Even here, that will put up the block debuffs buff. Again, the only person who's dropping it off of the end here is a DPS. So Steel Skull and Skull Crusher are both DPS. We don't care if a DPS gets stunned because DPS doesn't have a skill that is required to keep the speed tune working. It slows down our damage a little bit, but that's fine. You know, we're going to lose one. It looks like we're going to lose 2 potential attacks, basically. Emic is going unkillable here. Maneater's going unkillable here with the block debuffs covering us for the slow and the stun. It's beautiful. Great. Okay. And now we've got an extra 4 to 3. Let me double check, make sure we still have the extra 4 to 3. Yeah, Steel Skull is going 4 times every time. Okay. So here what we would do is we would probably put the Ashma in this spot because of her A1 bringing poisons. We put, it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters where Geo goes. And then we have to pick our third DPS. Did we decide upon a third DPS yet? I don't know if we did. Let me go back to the account. Preferably somebody who's already built. Ashman's not bringing a decreased defense. We want a decreased defense champion if we can bring that. We were talking about Venom Mage, who I like because he's a poison activator. She's a poison activator. That works really well with Ashma, right? Because you might overfill the debuff bar because we're going to have a weaken, an HP burn, a decreased defense, a decreased attack, and heal reduction now. That'd be 5 debuffs. So we only have 5 spaces for poisons. So activating the poisons just means you got more, you're going to get more damage out of that. So I like that. I like that combo. I think that's really solid. Long term, you might go with somebody else. I mean, the other option here would be like an Annex who brings a decreased defense on the A1, some poisons on the A2, and another weaken, which is really good. He's a good damage dealer, but I think for this particular comp, Venom Mage may be better, and Venom Mage is already mostly built and fully booked. So again, masteries, you'll want to get masteries on this champion, but get her to 6 stars and you're good to go. I don't think the other option would be Rathalos, who would work well. By the way, Rathalos will work well because we've got Geo on the team. So this could be a champion that you could bring in instead of, this might even be better. Because the books are just going to get you more damage, right? You can reach the speeds here. So let's do Rathalos. Why not? Then we don't have to 6-star anybody. I don't know if he's better. You've got the full masteries. You've already bought the masteries for Rathalos. So we can get Rathalos into this team. Now, the one downside of this would be, if based on the speed tune, you want to run Rathalos faster, because the fastest that we could run Rathalos is at 222, it looks like. So we could run him fast instead of Ashma. We'd run Ashma slower. We'd run Geo slow. We'd run, that works. Let's do that. Let's try that. Just for fun. Now he's going to get his decreased defense out there. Plus he does the extra damage based on the HP burn. You got just a hard hitting champion. That's great. That's fun. You don't have to worry about filling up the debuff bar. Ashma can run as many poisons as she lands. That's great. Who cares? And she can still extend. So this is a nice, I like this. This is also, I mean, it would be really nice to run 1 DPS of each affinity. That way you always have a strong hitter, and I mean, you'll always have a weak hitter as well, except against Void, but this could be nice. All right, so let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, so we'd run Rathalos at the 222. This will go perfectly. Full auto, full affinity friendly. I don't think I'm missing anything. If anybody sees anything that I'm missing. Again, you're running the slow Geo, so you may want to build a second Geo at some point. Now, we just want to make sure that the debuffs line up the right way, so we probably want Rathalos to open with his A1. Just to try to get that decreased defense out immediately. Plus, he's not doing any extra damage yet because the HP burn isn't on because Geo's running after the boss. So now Geo does his A3, which I believe is his... Forgive me for not perfectly knowing Geo. I don't have a Geo. I think that's his HP burn and weaken. Yeah, so we'd want to run his A3 next. After he goes, we want Ashma to run her debuff extension after Geo places his HP burn and weaken. That's when we want the debuff extension. Actually, technically, it doesn't even matter because it's on a 3-turn cooldown so it's like it's fine. It'll be up 100% of the time anyway, I think. So maybe it doesn't matter that so where would we want her to extend debuffs? Just after Rathalos potentially lands a decreased defense, because then we could keep the decreased defense up 100% of the time. Okay. So that's probably the right spot for it then. That's it. That's all the AI we need, I think. Everything literally is just click and go. Rathalos has a 1-turn delay and Maneater has a 1-turn delay. That's it. So they just open with their A1s. That means it's full auto. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. Such a nice speed tune. Okay. We don't have a speed aura. We don't care about that. Do we have an aura that we actually want to use? I mean, do any of these champions have an aura that can boost our damage? It doesn't look like it. Ashman doesn't even have an aura, I don't think, or does she? No. Maneater's not usable. Rathalos isn't usable. Geo's not usable. So it doesn't matter. You just put them in the order that makes the most sense to avoid the stun on the people that you want to avoid the stun on. Okay, so it doesn't even matter which aura you pick. All right, so 240 on Emic, that is the big one, and then we need to get the Maneater to 239. So let's go and look at your champions and see if we can make this work. All right, so let's start with Emic. We want to run at least 240. It looks like we can run faster, though. We can run up to 247. So anywhere between 240 and 247. We literally don't care about any stats. Like if you want to run them in other places, we want to think about that. But all we need is 240 to 247. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Let me move myself a little bit so everybody will be able to see the everybody will be able to see the stats on the gear. Fitting room. Okay. So 240 to 247. We want as much defense as possible. So the size of his shield is based on his max HP. So you may want that in other places. The taunt doesn't require accuracy. He requires no accuracy. So HP, defense, speed. That's all we care about. So if we can get crit damage and crit rate, we will. May as well. Okay. So Emic. Sustain's not bad either. You know, like you can use that in other places, definitely. So let's start with boots. It's always good to see where our speed boots are. We got regen, we got shield. Got stalwart. Immortal. Resilience. You got plenty of gear to choose from here. Absolutely. I mean, we could put him in a guardian set. That's not a bad set for him either. It won't play in this tomb, but where you use him in other places, like if you use him in Hydra Clan Boss or you use him in dungeons or you use him in Doom Tower, a guardian set on him can be really nice. So can a bolster set. So can a righteous set. Resistance can be good on him too. So I'm just going to pick one for now. Let's go with 6 stars. So we'll take the regen set. That makes sense. We'll get him in a regen set. All right, so now we have a set. So let's go look at the regen set. And we want substats of speed. HP is good. HP. Both are good. Resistance and accuracy. We don't need the accuracy. Crit rate doesn't hurt. We can try that on him. This is a really nice glove. We could try that on him. And then we're looking for something with good speed. We don't want to waste accuracy rolls for him. We don't want 4 stars either. Speed and defense. That's not bad. Do that. And then we're looking for 2 pieces here with speed substats. And we could look, if we're going in the regen set, let's look in the immortal set first. Just to see if we can get the speed we need because they synergize so well. Resistance HP, that's nice. Do that. You didn't really get lucky with your speed rolls, did you? Let's try this one, see if it double rolls into speed. Oh, is this a 4-star? It is a 4-star. Whoops. It did double roll into speed, but it's a 4-star. Well, for now, let's just try it on. So where are we speed-wise? 159. How much silver do we have? We have 12 million silver. It's during a CVC. I hope you don't mind me rolling the silver. We need to get this to 16. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. 945k. I'll take that. It did double roll into attack, which is a little bit unfortunate. Let's go ahead and roll this to 12. It's okay. Yeah, it might not be fast enough this way. Let's check the... Counterattacks are nice. You've got plenty of silver. We'll do what we can. Got plenty of silver. This is actually a really nice piece with resistance, which could be usable in other places for him. Counterattacks are also really nice in Clan Boss, right? Because that gives you more opportunities to land your War Master procs. But this is unfortunately only 4 speed, whereas this one has 13 speed. We could roll this up, see if this lands in the right places. Speed or HP would be good. We just don't want attack. But a double roll into speed would be nice. If you could get a double roll into speed. Okay, so that's a decent option. So what are we at? We're at 209. We're at 209. And we need to get to 240 minimum. We can't glyph 31 speed. Not realistically. In 6 glyphs, you would need to land at least a 5. You know, yeah, you're really not going to glyph 31 speed. So let's see about if we can roll something better here. Let's see if we can roll this. If we get, you know, a double roll into speed here, that's going to alleviate some of the pressure. If not, we'll go looking for speed sets. Yeah, okay, so let's pull these sets. Let's pull the Immortal. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. It's not a huge loss. Let's go look for some speed. That's nice. That's going to help. We might not need to take like this might be enough. So let's try that. And then this is really nice piece. That's a 4-star piece again, unfortunately. But this gets us to 222. Right, just by itself, that gets us to 222. Now, you know, you can see how much defense you've dropped, right? Now, you'll get more defense from the gauntlets, and you'll get a lot of, you know, HP back from the chest plate. Obviously, you'll get more HP from the helmet and, you know, defense from the shield. So you will get these stats back a little bit. But for this particular tune, we're just really focused on the speed. Okay, let's just upgrade this one more time, see if we land another roll into speed. So, no, but defense is fine. And we're not going to roll. Okay. So let's go ahead and equip that. So that's 222. That should be enough because glyphing 19 speed, call it, should be reasonable. So let's do some 4-star glyphs. Oh, by the way, we got to look at our masteries. That's fine. Just wanted to make sure. You've got counterattack masteries, which is going to nice. That's going to help you with damage. Okay. So, We want to glyph speed here. That might not work. We're going to glyph everything first, and then we'll see where we land. I think we're just going to squeak by. Come on, land. All right. That's 240 exactly. We might need one more speed just to be safe. So let's do this one. All right. So we are at 241. Let me plug that into the calculator at 241 with one speed set. Yeah, we needed that one extra speed. We did need that one extra speed. It dropped us half a speed. So with the speed set. All right. So Emic is built. Emic's where he needs to be. Again, you can get more damage out of him by increasing his HP. And you can, if you wanted to swap around these other pieces here for whatever reason, you can also think about how you want to build them for other places in terms of how you glyph them and all that stuff. But right now, you're in absolutely great position for the speed tune. That's right where he needs to be at the 241 with the one speed set. He's perfectly tuned. So now let's go look at your man-eater. So this is the man-eater that's somewhat booked, right? These are not. Okay, so let's go ahead and put a little notation on this man-eater. That's the man-eater. He's got the blessing. All right, but let's go ahead and put a little note on him. Okay. Let's see how we stand on upgrading this guy. Could we upgrade him today? All right. So it looks like you've got some 5-star chickens. It looks like this is a chicken. And it looks like this is a chicken. And then you've got some regular chickens. Are you okay with me 6-starring man-eater just so I can build them? Or would you rather do that on your own? I can build them without a 6-star. The problem is, obviously, we may need the... yeah, we'll go ahead. Okay, we may need the... and I'm assuming these two are chickens, right? I'm okay using those as chickens? Just, I want you to confirm that for me. I don't want to use up your chickens if you're using them for something. Okay. Let's get them fully ascended. All right. Red dots. All right, now for your man-eater, obviously, you're going to want to run his masteries all the way up. So what I would suggest is run him in Minotaur, like spend a couple of thousand energy in Minotaur, run him up, get his masteries, because you don't have a ton of gems. And he's at level 1, so don't waste pots on him. Don't waste brews on him. I mean, just go ahead and do that. You will want to make sure that he is fully booked. Let's make sure he's booked. Let's book him right now. I mean, technically you only need these, but really, yeah, I mean, we could do this 2 books at a time, see if we get lucky, save some books. All right, we got one. I mean, he's so good that you're going to want him fully booked eventually, but just to give you the option, No, unfortunately, we're not getting lucky with that A3. There we go. Landed it. Okay, so I think we saved you one book, and you want this cooldown anyway. I'm gonna book them. I'm gonna book them. You do want that cooldown. If you're gonna use them anywhere else, this is the 100% turn meter depletion. You want that on the 3-turn cooldown. Okay, so it took all the books, unfortunately, or whatever. I mean, not unfortunately. It's a CVC. Get the points. Okay. Now let's get him to the speed that we need. So for him, we need him to be 239 or 240. He can't be faster than Emic, and he can't be slower than 239. So we have a very tight window here. I like the perception. You will want accuracy on him in other places, and you're going to use him in other places. I mean, he's a faction wars god, but he's also great against Doom Tower bosses. He's really good against bosses where turn meter decrease works, or where you need an AoE decrease attack. So you do want him with accuracy. So first of all, let's look for an accuracy banner. With speed. And let's see if there's any equipped. No. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if we land some speed rolls. By the way, I'm glad you had a little bit of silver. Trying to do this on like 2 million of silver wouldn't have happened. But with 12 million or whatever we started with, we've got a chance. That's not awful. It's not great. Let's see if we roll better here. It's 9 speed either way. So let's try this one on. Okay. Now let's go back to these. I'd like to see what we've got in terms of damage for this guy. That's a nice gauntlet. Let's try this one. What are we losing? No, not crit rate. Crit damage, this one. All right, let's just see. I don't even know if this is possible, but what we're going to do is we're going to look for speed and crit rate substats in the perception set. And we can also look at anything that he's got equipped. Let's roll this one up. This could be really nice. Okay, will do. I mean, I may be overly ambitious. We may not be able to do, put him in a crit damage gauntlet. That might just be a bridge too far currently. And that's fine. Like, we don't have to. Do you know what I mean? We don't have to do that. What we need is the speed. We need him to hit the speed exactly. So let's see what happens if we do crit rate instead. That's beautiful. One more speed roll. Come on. Oh, that is gorgeous. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Chess piece. We need attack percentage, preferably. It's not a bad idea. We could go into speed set a little bit. It's on a different man eater, but we might steal that. All right, so we are within striking distance. A counterattack, counterattack, or what are these called? Revenge pieces would be nice, right? Revenge pieces are generally nice when you're trying to get more damage on your clan boss. But the question is it more valuable than, say, an additional, crit damage amulet? I don't know that it is. So I think we're just going to go with crit damage. See if we have anything that lands accuracy. Yeah, we'll go this route. So hopefully we land some accuracy. Try again. Yeah, that's better. All right. So we need to get to 239 or 240, but I need to put this into the calculator first to make sure that the speeds are what they need to be, because I don't want to mess this up. So in the calculator right now, we are looking at one speed set, 2 perception sets. So I need to go here and I need to put speed and 2 perception. Okay. And it looks like that doesn't break it. So if I get them to 239, we're okay. 240 works, 241 doesn't. So 239 or 240. Okay, let's go ahead and make the gear swap. I just want to check the masteries as well. Okay, we don't have the masteries yet. So here's the thing. If we put Lore of Steel, we're actually going to get almost going to get too much speed, right? That would get us a lot of extra accuracy, which would be nice. It also get us like additional turn meter decrease. I would rather run him in the support tree. But for right now, it doesn't matter. We can always make that swap later. Just remember that his speeds are finicky. Okay, so right now he is at 231. We need to glyph him to 239 or 240. All right, so we're going to use 1-star glyphs. We got a lot of those. Maybe some 2-star glyphs. Might want to use 2-star glyphs. All right, almost there. So we need 3 more speed. 3 or 4 more speed. Use a 1-star glyph here. And now we should be at 239, which based on the calculator actually puts him at 238.55, which is good. That's tuned. Right? Oh no, did it break? It broke. It did break. Damn it. Okay. Why did it break? Why did it break? I broke it. I broke it somehow. Let me start from scratch. Let me just see. All right, so that does work. Emek, Maneater, Emek, Maneater. I mean, this would be a 1-turn delay on this, and then we're fine, right? And we're good all the way. So it does work. I didn't mess up. The speed tune actually does tune all the way down, but I broke it somehow. So this is the tune that we were running on. So 241 and 239. $171, $222, $172. So that shouldn't be a problem. So is it just this fractional speed that I've got? Is that the problem? Let me make sure that I've got Emek in the right spot here. I don't know why it broke just yet, but we'll get it fixed. So Emek is in 1 speed set at 241. So 241 and 1 speed set. That looks fine. That looks totally fine, right? Didn't break? No, it did break. Or is that the broken one? That's the broken one. Okay. So this is the non-broken one. So 241 in a speed set. And that's not broken yet. So then when we put Maneater into, what did we say? It was speed into perception, right? That's not broken either. $240.59 and $238.55. Those are both the same. Why did this break? Does Rathalos have some kind of extra turn meter mechanic? He doesn't, does he? he has an increased speed buff. It's Rathalos. Rathalos broke it because he has an increased speed buff. I forgot about the increased speed buff. So I'm pretty sure it's Rathalos that broke it. So let's look back at. So this one, if we turn off his A3, does it go back in tune? It goes back in tune. All right, so it's Rathalos who threw it off. So we figured it out. Now the question is, can we change that by slowing him down a little bit? Can we, because you can see he's actually taking 5 turns here. Okay, so can we slow him down a little bit, and would that just tune? Probably not, but we could try. Yeah, it's not gonna tune. It's not gonna tune. Okay, so we have 2 choices. I think this was 222. We can either use Rathalos and turn off his A3. That doesn't seem great. Or we bring in another DPS. Let's go look. Let's go look at the DPS. Speed tuning is fun, isn't it? Isn't it fantastic? All right, so we've got Geo, we've got Ashma. She's Magic Affinity. Pretty sure she's Magic Affinity, right? Where is she? There she is. She's Magic Affinity. Let's take a look at Spirit Affinity champs. We have Annex. Oh, we have my Celiac Priest Ornn right now. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I think I'm actually going to, I think I'm going to put Stagnite in this spot. The reason I'm going to put Stagnite in this spot is because we want a decreased defense champion, and he's almost at the speed. He's right there. And he's got the accuracy to land the decreased defense. He hits decently hard, and you've got full masteries on him. So I don't think this is the guy that goes in the spot. I don't know who goes in this spot. I honestly don't. But for right now, just for the ease of actually getting the tune off the ground, I'm just going to put Stagnite in the spot. Like, let's just do that. There's no, let's make sure the tune works, is what I'm saying. So I'm going to go back here, and instead of Rathalos, we're going to put in Stagnite. And now we're in tune. So the speed for Maneater, the speed for Emic is correct. Stagnite's basically, he needs to be at 222. Can we run him slower? So we can run him down to 220. And we can run him up to 239. So basically he's got to be slower than Maneater, but he can run all the way down to 220. So anywhere from 220 up to 239, which is a huge range. So this should not be a problem whatsoever. And we could do a little bit of a rebuild on a really good champion. So, you've got a bunch of 4-star gear on them. Let's see if we can find some 5-star gear or 6-star gear. So first of all, let's just go with speed boots. And let's see, I don't know. I forget if there were any other good speed boots in. So he's at 212 and we need him at 220 something. What about speed boots in the speed set? All right. Actually, I want to check his gloves. Let's check his gloves. HP percentage. Crit rate. Crit rate. Steal those. All right. This is a really quick. Oh man, I'm on the wrong page. Okay, sorry. This is a really quick rebuild here. I'm just pulling these two pieces. It's going to get him to 223 speed. I'm just going to plug that into the calculator to make sure that it works with his particular sets. So we have 2 speed sets and a perception set. 2 speed sets and a perception set. Okay, so let's just plug that in here. We'll make him 223 with, what do we say, 2 speed sets and a perception set. And then let's just double check his lore of steel. He has lore of steel. Let me make sure he doesn't have any turn meter issues. He doesn't have any turn meter. Okay, so that shouldn't be a problem. So lore of steel. Great, perfect, beautiful. Slots right in. Slots right in. So that's 3 out of 4. Now we need to get Geomancer. How fast can Geomancer get? Ashma is going 3 times, right? 1, 2, 3. Geo's going 3 times. Can probably speed them up quite a bit. I'm going to guess 189. 187. So anywhere from 171 to 187. I mean, we don't want to mess up that first turn, so let's see what happens when we get down because it tunes. Yeah. All right. So yeah, it's not a problem at 171. And if we speed them up, it's not really a problem either. Now here, that's actually beautiful. 181 is really nice. Yeah. So we probably want them at like 181, 182. That's a good spot to have them. $181, $182 on Geo. Roughly. At least 181, not higher than 187. All right, let's get the Geo built. Not far away. Not far away. What did we say? We're at what are we at? 158 right now? We need to get to at least 181. And we need the accuracy. The accuracy on Geo is important, I believe. For Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, we need 250 accuracy. Let me double check that. So just going to come here to HH Gaming, go to the Raid Stages tool, choose Clan Boss, Ultra Nightmare. 250. We need 250 accuracy. Okay. So we need 250 accuracy. Let's look. Let's look there. I mean, we're close. You know, the question is, do we just glyph it? $177. The question is, can we glyph this? We want 181, so we can glyph the speed. We could also put 5-star speed boots if we have them. We don't have them anymore. Yeah, we're not pulling them off any of those champions. Okay. So let's equip that. And let's glyph our speed. It's 180. Let's glyph another speed somewhere. All right. So we're at 182 with 2 perception sets. And we've got the 250 accuracy we need. What did we say? 182. So let's go back over here. 182. And what did we say? It was 2 perception sets. Lore of Steel, I believe, right? No Lore of Steel. All right, that's 4 champions down. Last one to go is Aishma. Now, Aishma is not even really built at all, right? She's 5 stars. I'm trying to think if there's another damage dealer like I want to bring in instead. Just somebody who's going to be closer maybe to full build. Kale? Nope. This Kale? Maybe. We could do Kale. It's got Phantom Touch. It's fully booked. We could do Kale. Do you use it? It looks like he's in Savage, and is he your arena nuker? Do you use him there? Do you not want to mess with him? I mean, he has the right masteries. You know, he does have War Master. Okay, we can use him. He does have War Master. And we can probably get, and he has Phantom Touch. So we'll build him instead of Ashma just for now, just to get the speed tune going. And this should hopefully get you to maybe like a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. And then that'll allow you to, you know, push past. I mean, what were you on right now? You were on a 3-key Nightmare. So let's hope we can push past that. So let's see if we can just make a small swap here, because he's close, right? We only need him at 172. I think we can go as slow as 171. And we can go as fast as 173. It's a small window here, 171 to 173. And he is currently running. He's currently running 172. So he's actually the right speed. He's exactly the right speed. We don't have to rebuild him. The only downside here is he has no accuracy. So he's not going to land his poisons. We need him to land his poisons, or there's no point. Or we need to try somebody else. Because he's 6 stars and because he's full masteries and he's got the right masteries, I just think it's a cheaper way to start. So I'm just going to rebuild him. I'm just going to rebuild him for accuracy. Let's get him to the 250 accuracy we need here. He will get, unfortunately, he doesn't have all the right accuracy. He doesn't have Swarm Smiter or Charged Focus. So we've got to get the accuracy on him. Let's start with the banner, see if we have an accuracy banner for him. Because that will be a big chunk of it. Dark Elves, we do not unless it's equipped on somebody else. Ouch. Okay. Let's look at an... All right. Yeah, I want to get the tune right. I want to get the speed tune working for you. The nice thing is we don't have to go too fast. So we should be able to get him, you know, the crit rate that he needs and do some crit damage. We don't want him to go too fast. We actually need him to not go too fast. So this could be a problem. I might be overdoing this. Maybe. Maybe we keep him in that set. Let's look at this then. I do need the accuracy. I don't have a choice about the accuracy. I have to get the accuracy. I don't even think that matters. What about this? All right, maybe we got to look at the accuracy set instead of the perception set. Maybe perception is giving us too much speed. It's not a bad build. It's only 163 accuracy, though. If we had like a 6-star accuracy banner, this problem would be solved, right? Because then we could really do what we need to do. But so I think what we probably have to do is put him in an accuracy chest plate. You can't have him go too slow. I can't hit the speeds. Can't hit the speeds just right here. There we go. All right, I think we got it. All right, so the nice thing is we don't have to worry about any kind of speed sets or anything here for him. Let's go ahead and put him into the calculator. So here we are, 173. Let me see, what's his actual speed right now in the game? And I think we can go 172 as well, right? 171, 172, or 173. He doesn't have any weird sets. We don't have to worry about that. Any special sets. So 171, 172. It's 167, so we just need to glyph him a couple of times. $172. That's as fast as I think we can go to 173, but I think 172. Yeah, we can. So he's now at 172. Double check that. Perfect. Beautiful. All right. 172 on Kale. We're built. We're built. 2 hours later, we're built. Okay. Let's go and do this. Let's make this work. Let's see what happens. Oh, we have a clan boss key. We do. Okay, we are going to make our clan boss team here. I don't think it really matters who goes first. We'll put Kale in front. And then we have Geo. And we have Emek. And we have Maneater. And we have Stagnate. Okay, got to put in the AI. So the only AI we're worried about is we need to delay Maneater by 1 turn. I think that's it now, right? So we want Maneater opening with his A1. I don't think we need to change anybody's skill priorities. Okay. So I think that's it. I think that is literally it. Let's do this. Let's name this Clan Boss Speed Tune. Okay. So Maneater is level 1. Emek's not level 60. Geo's not level 60. Like, we're not going to get a ton of damage out of this team. We can get a lot more damage out of this team. You got to, we got to book. We got to book. We have to book Emek. If we don't book Emek, it won't work. Emek needs just 1 book, I think, right? Yep, he just needs 1 book. Okay. No. Sorry, there was 2 books, I guess. All right. So now it'll work. That would have been a problem. That would have been a problem. All right. So now let's get in here. Now, all we care about, we don't care about the damage really at all. We're going to see what it does. But we want to make sure the speed tune works. Okay. So let's turn this off of auto. And I'm going to track it. I'm going to track it over here. So I'm going to work through this rotation just to make sure that we want to get to at least, we want to track it through at least turn 4 to make sure that it lines up. And then at that point, we'll do full auto and see if it stays alive. And then if it doesn't, then we'll tweak. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this should work just from the get, but let's see. Okay. So the way this is going to happen is we are going to open with MX Unkillable. Let me actually put this on the other screen over there so I can just see both screens more easily. So it's going to open with MX Unkillable. There we go. Now Maneater should use probably his A2, his big hit. Yep, there we go. No, he uses A1. Right, we forced his A1. I don't think it matters. I hope it doesn't matter. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. Okay. Now the next one will be Stagnite will probably use his A2. So decrease attack. And decrease defense. That's great. Geo's going to use his HP burn. I'm going to have to double check that. Kale's going to nuke. Emic will use his shield. I'm sorry, he'll use his cooldown reduction. That was correct. Maneater will now use his unkillable. Stagnite will A1. Boss goes no slow. Okay, so Geo now is going to do... Okay, so he did it in a different turn order than I expected. I don't know why he did that. It's not a huge deal. I expected him to use those in reverse order. But again, he doesn't matter in terms of the tune. So now Emic's going to A1. Maneater's going to use whatever, his A1, I guess. Kale nukes. No, he didn't. Stagnite does his thing. All right, I think that was the clan boss stun. I think the animation didn't work right, but that was the clan boss stun. Oh, no. Okay, that didn't mess anything up. That's good. Yeah, sorry. That's a little bit of my screen going wonky. No. No. That doesn't matter. We should be good. I think we're good. There's the unkillable and then the AoE. Maneater's going to go. We're going to go a bunch of times. Maneater, now the AoE. Now everybody goes once. Now the stun. There's the stun. The animation is glitched. Everybody goes around, and we should be good. Okay. So I think we're unkillable. So let's just make sure that it stays unkillable for a while. Now, I don't expect this. I mean, we might get lucky. We might get lucky. Oh, no, we got unlucky there. Okay, turn 10. I didn't see why that didn't work. Why would that not have worked? All right, let's try this again. We may get lucky, and as is, it might even be a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. It will be a 4-key Ultra Nightmare. Like, as soon as we get it tuned, it's absolutely, even with Maneater at level 1 and without all the, all the stuff that you need, like without Geomancer fully leveled, it will, in fact, be a 4-key Ultra Nightmare. So that's not a problem. Like, you've got your 4-key Ultra Nightmare now. Obviously, you'd rather... Oh, was I in the... Maybe I was in the wrong difficulty. That might have been why. I might have been on the wrong difficulty. Let's try again. Okay. All right, so again, I'm going to track this again. So it should be MX-A3. Yeah, so that's his unkillable. Now Maneater should A1. Good. Stagnite should A2. Good. Boss goes. Great. Now Geomancer should use his A3, but I think he's using his A2 instead for some reason. Okay, so maybe we have to change that. Doesn't really matter. Kale will use his A3. Poisons. Good. Emic goes with his A2 now, which is the cooldown reduction. Maneater puts up his unkillable. Stagnite A1. Nuke. All right. Now Geo goes with his other skill. Then Emic goes with his A1. Maneater uses his A2, I believe. Yep. Kale does his nuke or whatever. I get it's weird. I don't know why they're prioritizing the way they are. Stagnite uses his A1 now. All right, MX should A1 here. Maneater A1. Geomancer A1. Stagnite A2. Kale, I guess A2. No, he did his A1. Okay, I don't know. Now MX should put up his unkillable. That works. Maneater A1. Stagnite A1. Geo A2, I guess. MX should use his A2 here, which is the cooldown reduction. Kale's probably A3. Maneater should put up his unkillable. It does. Okay. So far, it's tuned. So this is through turn 5. We're at turn 5 now. So A1. MX A1. Geo A3. HP burn. Okay. Maneater A2. Kale, whatever he does. A1 probably, right? I think Kale prioritizes his A1 because it's a poison. Stagnite A2. We're on turn 6, right? MX should go A1. Maneater should go A1. Geo should do A1, I guess. Stagnite. Okay. This is different. On the calculator, this is Stagnite's turn. We're on turn 6, and Stagnite should go before Kale. So this is a change right here. So Stagnite should go, and then Kale should go. It's going in the reverse order. And then MX should put up his A3, and MX didn't put up his A3. So there on turn 6, it broke. It's not matching the... it's not matching the speed tune in the calculator. All right, so let's go back and take a look. Actually, we can probably look better in the clan boss. So let's look here. So let's just make sure all the speeds line up. Okay, so Kale is running at 172. That is correct. Geo is running at 182. That is correct. MX is running at 241. That is correct. Maneater is running at 239. That is correct. And Stagnite is running at 223. That is correct. Let's check the sets. Stagnite is in 2 speed and 1 perception. And he has Lore of Steel. There are no turn meter mastery issues here. You have a decreased turn meter on the A1, but that doesn't affect anything. And the duration extension. So so he's correct. Stagnite's correct. Let's look at Kale. 30% chance of increasing the turn meter when a debuff cast by the champion is removed or expires. So that's it. That's got to be it. That would push him in front of Stagnite when he shouldn't be going in front of Stagnite. So the nice thing is we can redo, hopefully, no, we have to spend 150 gems on redoing his masteries. Damn it, I wish I saw that before. You okay with me spending that, Crippler? I'm sorry, buddy. Wish I had seen that before I rebuilt him. Okay. All right, so we're going to redo the masteries here. That's unfortunate. All right, so the way we're going to do this for Clan Boss is we are going to go ahead and let me actually see. Did I put Lore of Steel on him before? I didn't. It doesn't, I don't think it matters because he's not in any speed sets or anything. So we can put Lore of Steel on him, and that would get him more accuracy. So that would be great. So we're going to do that. So we're going to go down this end. We're going to do pinpoint accuracy, charge focus, swarm smiter. We'll do Lore of Steel. Let's actually look. The skill 80% is a 100% chance, and this is a 50% chance. Okay. I do want to go over here. Let's make sure we get this right. Okay. So what I would probably do for him is that we want to extend the duration of the poisons. And then now we're thinking about other places where you're using him. Right? We could go with the increased chance of poisons. You're not going to have him here long term. So I think probably what we're best off going with is Life Drinker, Evil Eye, and then probably Kill Streak. So we'll do that. Okay. So hopefully that's it. Hopefully that's the only problem. Let's just start it on auto. We know it goes through turn 6 just fine. So if we see on turn 5 that there's an issue, we'll know it. We are there, though, I think. All right, so here's turn 5. So this is the turn. We need it's still off. No, maybe it's not. Maybe no, that worked properly. Yeah, okay, that worked. I lost track on the thing. Yeah, so Geo's HP burn should be up 100% of the time, but I guess sometimes he's not landing it. I'll have to double check his accuracy because it should be up 100% of the time. So it's on a 3-turn cooldown and it's got a 3-turn duration. I don't know why it's down. I'm trying to, so he puts it up there. Boss goes, shoot, that's 1 stack. Boss goes a second time. It's still up. Okay, so it just goes back up when it comes down. That's fine. So now it comes down because it's stacked and then it gets reapplied. So it's up 100% of the time. So is the weekend. So that's great. And Geo is really, I mean, we kind of lucked out because I wasn't thinking about this in the speed tune, but he is going in the right place so that everybody literally has the advantage of the weekend because he's literally applying it right after the boss is going. Right, because we'll see this boss go here. And then Geo applies it instantly. So everybody gets the weekend. So that's beautiful. We want Geo exactly in that spot. All right, so it's tuned. I mean, 23 turns, it hasn't broken, so it's tuned. It was just that turn meter mastery from Kale, unfortunately. Okay, so the good news is you've got your tune. The bad news is it's going to take you a month to really get the most value out of the tune, right? So Maneater and Emic are basically where they need to be. You need to run Emic. Maneater, you don't have masteries on him. You do not have masteries on him right now. So he's level 1 with no masteries. Make sure you don't mess with any turn meter masteries, but get you can either go offense, defense, or offense support, depending on what you want to do. The defense tree will give you counterattacks, which would give you more opportunities to land damage on with him, which is great. More War Master procs. And he'll just do a lot more damage once you get him to level 60. So his damage is going to increase significantly. Emic still has to get to level 60. He's level 36. You can see. So he's going to get you more damage. Obviously, Geo is only level 42, so you can get more damage out of him. And I don't think Stag Knight is the champion you want in this spot. I think Stag Knight, for right now, he's just a filler. And he's a good filler because he brings you a decreased defense. You'd like a decreased defense champion if you can bring a decreased defense champion. But I also think you want more poisons potentially. Like, you're not filling the HP bar, although you're doing okay. Like here we've got 7, 8. It looks like we're getting 8. So you're getting close. There's 9 actually. So you're getting close to filling the debuff bar. Maybe you could get, like I said, Venom Mage could work really well because you would fill up the debuff bar, but you would get poison activations. So you'd actually maybe get more poison procs. You could use Ashma, who would increase the duration of the poisons as well as the weaken and the decreased defense and all of that. One of the unfortunate side effects of having Stag Knight in the team is that you've got a decrease attack, which you don't need, right? You could get rid of the decrease attack that would free up a space on the debuff bar. So right now that is just a useless debuff. It's just wasting a space. So, you could get rid of the Stag Knight, bring somebody in who has some more damage and also who isn't bringing that debuff. So you get an extra spot on the debuff bar. Otherwise, I think this is a beautiful team. There's a decent chance that we've got a 3-key Ultra Nightmare right now without it even being really finished, right? With Kale as a placeholder, Stag Knight as a placeholder, and our 3 champions who are supposed to be on the team, none of them are leveled, right? And there's a decent chance we pass the 24 million mark. 24 million is a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. So I think we have a 3-key Ultra Nightmare today, which is good because we've spent almost 3 hours on this. But there's your tune. There's your tune. Now, over the next week, during the CVC, over the next few days, focus on Maneater when you can. Don't crush your CVC like performance. Do you know what I mean? But focus on him when you can. He doesn't need a change. Just run him in Minotaur when you can, get him levels and get him masteries. That's going to get you a ton more damage. I mean, we're talking about probably 5 million more damage out of this guy once he's fully built. You know, then at the same time, you're going to get Geo and Emic up to 60. Don't worry about swapping out Kale and Stagnite until you have an opportunity to think about who you want to run up and book and put in that place. Now, remember, when you're on the calculator, when you are over here on the calculator, I'm not even going to look. When you're over there on the calculator, you want to make sure that you're putting in literally every piece of information you need to. So remember the sets. Remember whether you're putting Lore of Steel, like so if you've got a speed set, a perception set, any of those sets, they need to be entered properly. And play with the speeds a little bit on the calculator to see how much leeway you have. And then you have to glyph accurately. You have to make sure you get those speeds where you needed to go. 28 million. Boom. That feels so good. That feels so good. 28 million with this totally trash build on all. I mean, it's a great speed tune, but nobody's built. Nobody's actually built. We got Kale just stepping in because he was close to the speeds. And, you know, we've got Geomancer here being Geo. I mean, look at the damage, right? 9.65 million from Kale. 10 million from Geo. We got 4.5 million from Stagnite. Your Man-Eater has done no damage, and he should be pulling down 5 million damage. Man-Eater should do more damage than Stagnite. Absolutely. Right? You want him at 100% crit rate. You want him with as much crit damage as you can. He does direct damage, but he hits hard, and you don't care about anything but speed and damage on the guy. So really, like, I mean, the accuracy is nice for other content. I try to get the accuracy onto him, but you don't need the accuracy for this. Oh, by the way, he also has a decrease attack. So honestly, that Stagnite, getting rid of that decrease attack is not going to get rid of your decrease attack for Man-Eater. But if you don't want him to land his decrease attack, just don't put accuracy on him. You don't need accuracy on him for the clan boss build. You have other Man-Eaters anyway. Build another Man-Eater for PvE content, you know, for other PvE content if you want. You could just focus him, make him as hard hitting as possible. He'll clear 5 or 6 million by himself. Maybe even 7. You could get 7 million out of a really well-built Man-Eater. So, you know, at that point, with a different damage dealer for Stagnite, let's say you're getting 7 to, even if Kale is pulling down 9.6, that damage dealer should be pulling down 9.6. Whoever you're putting in that spot should be matching Kale, right? So we'll call it 10 million for each of these spots once they're fully optimized. So that's 20 million plus Emic at 3 million. Geo is probably going to be a little bit more, call it 11. And then Man-Eater, call it like 6. Right. And that's going to be 10, 20, 31, 34, 40. You're talking about 40 million a key. That's a really nice 2-key, full auto, full affinity friendly. That's a beautiful speed tune. Right now, the question is, does it work on Nightmare? That's the last question. I don't know if it does, honestly. I didn't even think about that. I thought about that for a split second. And I was like, all right. Let's just drop it to Nightmare and see what happens. It does tune. It does tune for Nightmare. The question is it full auto and full affinity friendly? We might be able to make it that. Let's see if we can tweak the AI so that works. So no, it's not going to work. Unfortunately, you need a 2-turn delay on the A3 for Man-Eater. So you can do this and it'll work. Like the tune will work, but unfortunately, it won't be full auto. So if you're looking at this, like this does tune, right? It does actually tune. It is fully unkillable. And it should be the issue here is Stag Knight might take a stun, because as long as I guess it doesn't matter. Even if Stag Knight takes the stun, who cares? Well, no, because he could be killed. That's the issue. So, this might not work for Nightmare. You could make it work. You could definitely make it work for Nightmare. But for right now, it's Ultra Nightmare only, it looks like. Let me see if Stag Knight, if we slow him down by 1. No. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, the debuff's coming off of Stag Knight. So if you put a damage dealer in the Stag Knight spot that is either magic or force affinity, and then just put them at last in the turn order, they should not pull the stun, and the stun should still land on somebody else, because the unkillable buff doesn't affect clan boss targeting. So if you just do that, then it could still be full unkillable. It's not, you're still going to have to manual the opening, unfortunately. And basically all the opening is going to be is you open with MX A1, and then you do like A1 A2 or A2 A1 on Maneater, so that he uses his unkillable on his third turn. And then you just let it run full auto, and it should be full auto at that point. But unfortunately, that means you can't use quick battle. You won't be able to use quick battle. Now, that's fine. Like, you've got options. Like, you've got ways to get your Nightmare team going. So you could always, figure that out. Chances are you can figure out a speed tune. You may not even need a speed tune. I sometimes just run my Ultra Nightmare speed tune into Nightmare and just see how it does, and it does enough damage anyway. It just works. This one is not there yet. This one I don't think will give you a 1-key Nightmare if it's not tuned properly. With a if you manual the opening, you probably be able to get it to work. Yeah. Yeah, you are very welcome, Crippler. This was fun. Honestly, this is not something I do very often on the takeovers, where I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm going to do the full build all the way, because a lot of times I don't have all of the, the accounts don't have the silver for it. It's like, but you had 12 million silver and you were close. And this is why, I chose Kale and fit him in there and stuff like that, because I didn't want to use up all of your resources. But the 2 books on Emic are definitely worth it. I don't know why I'm here again. The 2 books on Emic were definitely worth it. The 6-starring Maneater, you were already looking at the Maneater comp. I think this is really nice. Now, you can use a double Maneater comp. Maneater does more damage than Emic typically, so that's one of the nice things about that. But this actually gets the cooldowns. Emic reduces the cooldowns on everybody else's damage skills as well. So even though Emic himself does less damage, he enables more damage. And it's also a friendlier speed tune, because 2 Maneaters requires more speed on your team. You could still look at the 2 Maneater comp moving forward. If you wanted to pull Emic out of this team in the future, that's an option. But I think this is an easy 2-key. This is an easy 2-key. As soon as Maneater is built and everybody else is at level 60, I don't even think you have to change the damage dealers. I think it's a 2-key. I think it's that, Now, I don't know that it's ever a 1-key. That's unfortunate. I don't know that you get there with this speed tune. But we talked about a bunch of other speed tunes in the beginning of this takeover that you could look at for, potentially getting more damage. Again, the benefit of that Demitha 3-1 team is that you're literally getting 45 turns per cycle of the clan boss. Here we're getting 17 or 18. I think we got 18 because we got another, right? We turned it into an 8-7. No, it's a 7-6-5. 7-6-5. So we go 7 turns in column 1, 6 turns in column 2, and 5 turns in column 3. So we're getting 18 instead of 45. So, that is for the long term potentially a higher damage output. But this is such a nice speed tune. We were able to do this in under 3 hours with minimal resource, usage. We only had a 6-star one champion. We only used a few books on a few champions. And unfortunately, I messed up on the masteries for Kale, and we had to redo those gems. But that's, when you think about it, that's a cheap investment to get a what's going to be a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, full auto, full affinity friendly. So enjoy it. I hope it helps. I hope it helps you progress your account, and keep pushing the clan boss, because like you have a crazy good roster. You have a crazy good roster here, man. I would absolutely, think about who you want to invest in. You do have at least one legendary worth of books that you could get in here. Mishinaki's a great champion to consider. I would definitely think about Wukong. You have Yakarl the Scourge, who can be fantastic. You have Helikath, who is absolutely an amazing all-around carry. So take one of these champs to 6 stars, and just figure out what you like on your account, what you would like to do on your account, have a goal in mind, and do that. And then start getting 60s out of these epics. Get Demytha, get Godseeker Aniri, get Akemptum, get Seeker, get Allure. These are top tier epics that are, get Seer. These are incredibly powerful epics who are going to help you in a lot of places. So now that you've got your clan boss sorted, don't worry about like pushing up to the 1-key Ultra Nightmare right away. Start focusing on getting these 60s on, these 60s from your epic pool into your account and built up and booked, and you're going to get a ton of value out of them. I mean, if you want Hydra damage, you're talking about a Kemptum. If you want, better arena team, you might be looking at Genbo or Runekeeper Dazdurk. Here's another Hydra solution, Inquisitor Shamil. Here's, Godseeker Aniri can be great for a lot of places, but also Sand Devil's Necropolis. Demythic gives you that unkillable. Venom Mage gives you a solo champion who can do Dragon and Ice Golem solo, so that you can triple dip on those Dragon tournaments and Ice Golem tournaments. It's a really good account. It's a really good account. You should enjoy it. All right, that is it. Let's call that. That's one of our longest takeovers ever. Son, are you still alive?
Indeed.
Okay. Well, that was fun. Let's go ahead and reset the wheel. And yeah, let me just give a quick shout out again. Thank you, by the way, Crippler, for letting me tool around on your account. It is it's definitely an expression of trust to let somebody take over your account. And I do appreciate the access and the opportunity. All right. So remember, we're going to reset the wheel. So go ahead, and if you are looking for a takeover, get into our Discord, go down to the coaching corner section. You'll see a channel called Wheel of Takeover. You just need to react to Sun's message in that channel, and that will put you into the drawing. You can win once every 90 days. As long as you haven't won since January 1st, you are eligible. Have your email address and your password ready. As soon as you win, you want to DM me in Discord that information, and then we'll get the whole process started. Yeah, Chiron, I could have deactivated the A3. I could have, but I just felt like at that point we have an unbooked Rathalos who's not using his A3. So you could try the Rathalos, right? But we had a Kale who was right there. So I threw Kale in. Just trying to make the tune work. I don't know that Rathalos without his A3 might do more damage than Kale. Might. I don't know. It's worth a try, especially once Rathalos is built, but he's not even booked. So that's why I didn't do it. All right. So Son, are we ready to spin the wheel?
Yeah, I'm just giving folks a little bit of time to react. I just reset it.
Okay. So yeah, we'll give everybody about 3 minutes because some people are probably just playing this in the background. They don't even know the first takeover is done. But yeah, there was a question in chat about, why didn't I just turn off Rathalos' A3? And it's just a call. It's just a call I made. I think it's reasonable to use Rathalos without his A3, at least to try it. But I decided that since Kale was already there and had the full masteries and was fully booked and was, really easy to get to where we needed him to get to, I just went that route instead. And it worked. I mean, what did we get? 28 million out of it. So, now if Rathalos is going to hit hard enough to say do 5 million more damage than Kale or 8 million more damage than Kale, now you can start to think about like, can you get to a 1 key? So a 1 key takes 72 million damage. Going from a 3 key to a 2 key in Ultra Nightmare, you need to go from 24 million damage for a 3 key, right, to 36 million damage for a 2 key. So that's a 50% increase. But then to go from a 2 key to a 1 key, you need 100% increased damage over the 2 key, right? So you need to go from 36 to 72. And so a difference of a few million doesn't really make enough of a difference. Like, it doesn't matter. You do want to clear your 2 key as comfortably as you can. So rather than pulling down 36 million, I'm sorry, it's 36 million. Rather than pulling down 36 million, if you can pull down like 40 or 45 million, that's better. That's absolutely better, because now you don't have to worry about like, your damage dealer being weak affinity and not getting enough damage to get your 2 key. But if I'm looking at damage dealers and I'm thinking, well, this guy's pulling down 10 and this other guy would be pulling down 14, and I'm still getting my 40 million, it's not enough to care. It's not enough to care. I'd rather have that champion be free for other content. So for running a Rathalos at 172 or 171 or whatever we were running to get an extra 4 or 5 million for the account is not that beneficial, right? It doesn't take me from a 2 key to a 1 key, and it simultaneously keeps Rathalos at a very slow speed. So he's great in other content. You can use him in a lot of content. You can use him in PvE or PvP. But you definitely want him faster than 171 if you're running him there. To run a damage dealer at 171 speed or 172 speed is a bad idea for any situation other than very early game where 171 is fast, or where it's in a clan boss speed tune that's actually accomplishing your goal, getting your 2 key or your 1 key. Damage dealers at, once you get to the later side of the mid game, a damage dealer should almost never be running below 190. And you'd prefer most of your damage dealers to be running between probably about 215 and like 245. So somewhere in that range is where you want your damage dealers. And it can be hard to get there until you have really, really strong gear. But Rathalos is too good, I think, to run at 171. Unless he's getting you a 1 key, and I don't think he does. Hey, Hammerhawk, have a good night. Yeah, and it may get more damage. I don't know that it would.
Ready?
I don't know that it would get like 300% more damage, which is what we would need. So, yeah, I am ready to go. Why don't we go ahead and pull it? Or spin it. I say pull it, but we're spinning it. It feels good to get somebody a fully affinity friendly, full auto speed tune for Ultra Nightmare. That just feels good. All right, son, I'm seeing a result, but there's no announcement. Did it glitch?
Yeah, I think it just didn't tag the user for some reason, but we've got our winner, Destania.
Yeah. All right, Destania. Congratulations. Now, Destania is one of our members.
and a member of Team Sun.
Yeah, I don't know if they're here though. Well, you just reset it though, so it must be here.
I just reset it. Yeah.
Yeah. So quick, shoot me a message. Unfortunately, without the, so normally I can click on the person's name and send them a DM. But here I can't. I gotta go hunting. Let's see. Testania. Change their name. Used to be Leslie B. I see Sun's name down. Was he hoping for a takeover? Sun can get a takeover anytime he wants from like 50 people. All he would have to do is be like, hey, does anybody want to take over my account? And like the world would descend on him and be like, hey, I'll do it. So I tried slowing Rathalos down, Freaky. I couldn't find a tune that worked with, I'd already built the other champions, so I could find a tune, but it would have required me rebuilding everybody. You can't just slow down the one champion sometimes. It can be tricky. You won. Yes, you did. You got to get into the Discord. You got to send me your message. You got to send me your login information so I can get into your account. Those are all things that need to happen. Congrats. In the meantime, I got to remember to log into my accounts. I need at least one account operating while this is happening. I spent 3 hours without playing any raid accounts. That feels dangerous. All right, let's see. What do I need to do on this account? Oh, my dailies are all done. That's nice. My advanced are not. All right, I got to do some dungeons. Do some Fire Knight. Fire Knight, I think I farm stage 4 hard mode. I think that's where I am right now. Here we go. I see the message coming in. There we go. All right. I got to get rid of some accounts, apparently. I've got five of my accounts. All right. Too many accounts. There we go. All right, Dest. We are in. We are online. So go ahead and shoot me a DM. Let me know what you would be interested in me doing on this account. Look at you. You are level 100. All right. How many days logged in? Probably a whole lot. No, not that many. Wow. Wow. Day 159 and you are level 100. I don't even know what to say about that. That's impressive. That is impressive. Okay, so level 100, day 159. Let's take a look at the roster. My guess is we're going to have some cool champs here. All right, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 106. 106 6 stars, of which most of them are level 60. All but 4 are level 60 and 2 are level 59. So pretty fantastic there. You got a really nice roster. I'm looking at Bad Alcazar and Leorius. You've got Valkadin, down here. This is the champions near the bottom of the list. So that's not including, Nishak Verminlord. And hey, you got the new Elatrion Blade Master. That's pretty cool. You've also got Nair Gigante. I don't even know how to say her name. Nair Gigante, I would think. Like Gigante, like gigantic. But maybe it's Nair Gigante. I don't know. You've got the Archer. That's who you've got. You got Kymar. You got Corvus, one of my favorite champions of all time. You've also got Wither, who is she's so good. She's so good. You got 3 mythics for only Night Queen Crixia and Aphidus the Hive Lord. I don't even know this guy. Oh, there's your 6-star fully awakened Harima. 5 stars on Blizzard the Howler, Mighty Uko, Sun Wukong, Tormund the Cold, Underpriest Progny. Great champions. I mean, you got Theodore. You got yourself a Gwendolyn. Nekmothar, Herndig. I love Herndig. You got Jintoro. Man, you got the duo. You got Kaya and Timit. I saw Timit somewhere. Here he is. Looking good. Looking real nice. All right, so what are we all about here? You would love help with Hydra. I recently got some really good champs, so there's a lot not built or a few. Okay. Hydra is interesting because I'm going to be doing a Hydra video tomorrow, and I've just been doing some research into Hydra, but I'm not quite there yet. I'm still putting the pieces together, but we will try this out. We will see what we can do. Where are you in terms of difficulty on Hydra? Because if you are on Nightmare Hydra already, then you're more advanced than I am. You are probably hitting Nightmare, huh? So. Not yet? Okay, normal and hard. All right. So just like thinking out loud, what do we need for Hydra? Right, we need solutions for the different heads. So we need to provoke. We need a solution. We actually probably need 2 solutions for Head of Mischief. Let's see what you got. Okay. I mean, you've got champions I don't have. You've got a lot of champions I don't have or I don't have built. So this is going to be kind of interesting. But if we look at the guide, right, that you kind of need a solution for each head, and then you got to figure out what heads are out for each rotation. Yeah, we could take a look at 3v3 too, but we're going to take a look at this kind of theoretically because I am going to be going over this tomorrow. So this is not a bad thing to do. I might not be able to build you a team, but at least I can start to unravel some of the mystery here. All right, so the Head of Decay. The big thing about the Head of Decay, and this is one of the most important heads in the entire fight, is that it removes all the debuffs from all heads and then fills the turn meter of all heads by 30%. So this is the cleansing head, right? It also puts a life barrier on a head the next turn around. So the great thing about this head is it can be provoked. You want this head provoked 100% of the time. And if you have a provoke, you don't want to kill the head. Like if you can get the provoke up 100% of the time, you do not want to kill the Head of Decay. You want to leave him up because he's solved. Any head that's just perfectly solved, you generally don't want to kill too quickly. You want to leave him up, right? So we need a provoke for that. Now, in this particular rotation, he is a starter head. He often is a starter head. And so provoke is going to be highly critical. All right. Now let's go through the other heads. Okay, so the Head of Blight is a bit of an issue, but not like the crazy, like you don't want the Poison Cloud. The Poison Cloud is a problem. Because you can't debuff through the Poison Cloud, right? And I forget exactly how the Poison Cloud works. You have to deal with the poisons that come out and the leech that comes out. So this is a lot about cleansing, really. This head receives double damage from HP burn debuffs, which is great. Decreases the damage all Hydra heads take from AoE attacks. This is a head you want to remove. So is the Head of Blight a starter head? Yes. Okay, so we want to focus probably on the Head of Blight and get it off the board. All right, so I mean, cleanse is always a good thing anyway. Head of Mischief. Head of Mischief, you need two solutions for. You need like two parts of the solution. The one is being able to attack the head. So that typically takes a Hex debuff. You need a Hex debuff on the Head of Mischief in order to be able to target it effectively, because otherwise 75% of the chance, 75% of the time you miss the head and it redirects to somebody else. So the big problem with that is if the Head of Mischief devours one of your champions and you're trying to get the champion back, you either have to have a ton of AoE damage so that you can burn the Head of Mischief down with AoE damage, or you need a Hex debuff so that you can actually target the Head of Mischief specifically. Now, AoE damage is fine unless you have the Head of Wrath up, and the Head of Wrath is in fact a starter head this time around. So the Head of Wrath is this guy. Now, the reason AoE damage is a problem for the Head of Wrath is because he has this counter. Each enemy hit received increases the vengeance counter by 1. When his vengeance counter ticks all the way up, he does a huge attack. It can be helpful to remove him from the board at a time of your choosing. He does place a provoke. So again, a cleanse is good for that situation. If you have a high resistance champion, that can really work, because I do believe that I'm pretty sure the provoke can be resisted. But this is, again, stuff that I'm all looking into right now. So what that means is the AoE for the Head of Mischief can be problematic in this rotation because the Head of Wrath is up. So you're better off with a Hex champion or an AoE champion, maybe that's in a Cursed set. That can be a way to get Hex out there. Now, that means some AoE, but you want to be able to choose when you use the AoE. And remember that the Cursed set doesn't land the Hex all the time. Okay. Now, Head of Wrath is really just about managing the counter, which means you want some single target damage on everybody, preferably nobody with an AoE A1, because that can't be avoided. Okay. Head of Torment. This is the Fear head. Every time you attack that head, you get hit with a fear. So again, AoEs turn into fears. This is the head that Inquisitor Shamil solves. So if you have an Inquisitor Shamil, you want to use it anytime the Head of Torment is in the rotation. Now, the Head of Torment is not in the first part of the rotation right now. So, you don't necessarily need to focus on a solution for this if you're doing like normal or hard. But once you get up to brutal or nightmare, the rotation, like the heads swap more frequently. So at normal, like if you kill one of these other heads, chances are it's just going to respawn the same head. But as the difficulty increases, the chance of it being a different head is higher. So early on, if you're just doing normal, you probably don't need an Inquisitor Shamil for this rotation, but you're going to want them eventually because the Head of Torment does start some of the rotations. Okay, and then we have the Head of Suffering. So we'll not place a weaken debuff on enemies with strengthen buff. So strengthen can be good for this head. Again, this head is not a starting head in this rotation. So maybe not incredibly important. Does place an ally protection on all heads, reflect damage. You want a block buffs debuff, or at least a buff strip. That's so the other thing that we're talking about there is actually we need two solutions for the Head of Mischief. So one is we need to be able to target the Head of Mischief. But the second thing is the Head of Mischief steals buffs, right? So we'll always attack the enemy with the most buffs on the A1, steals all buffs from the target and steals 50% of the target's turn meter. If there are multiple enemies with the same number of buffs, this attack will target one of them at random. Will ignore Veil and Perfect Veil buffs. If you have Veil or Perfect Veil, that is one way to avoid the Head of Mischief. That's also one way to avoid, will ignore Veil. It doesn't ignore the champions. Never mind. It basically goes through them. But it targets the champion with the most buffs. So a Veil and Perfect Veil would be a buff. Veil and Perfect Veil buffs can also save you from the Head of Torment. That's another solution for the Head of Torment. When enemies attacked by enemies not under perfect blah, 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 places a true fear. So if you have perfect, it has to be Perfect Veil, I guess. And then you can avoid the fears here. So what have we learned? So what have we learned? We need to provoke. We need single target damage. We need a mischief tank. We need a hex. Okay, then we need sustain and damage. Ooh. All right, let's look at your champs. I don't know these champs at all. Ally protection, unkillable on this champion. Shield on all allies. Yeah, seems okay. This is nice. When attack reflects 80% of the damage this champion receives back to the attacker. And debuffs placed on this champion decrease their producer's accuracy by 10%, up to 50%. That's not bad. I wonder if he's considered a good Hydra champion. 4.4, so not phenomenal. Crixia. Increased duration of debuffs. Decrease resistance and a block buffs debuffs on all enemies for 2 turns. That feels good. You want to block buffs somewhere. Removes all buffs from enemies. So you also want that. Also increases the cooldown of all enemy skills by 3 turns. I don't know if that plays. I don't think that plays on any skills. I'm not sure if it plays on any skills at all. Immune to stun, not a huge deal. How about this? Attacks all enemies, block debuffs buff. Wait. Oh, block debuffs buff on all allies, increase resistance on all allies. That's nice. Decreases the cooldown of all ally skills by 3 turns. She's also got Brimstone. She seems awesome. So Night Queen Crixia feels like she should be part of the team. Aphidus. I don't know Aphidus. Perfect Veil on the ally with the highest attack for 1 turn. Perfect Veils are nice. That's not a bad ability to have. Increased duration of all enemy debuffs is fine. Instantly activates any HP burns on each enemy. If they don't have HP burns, places an HP burn. That's okay. Decreases the target's defense by 3%. That's kind of nice. He's got another Brimstone. You got a couple of Brimstones here. Places a provoke debuff on all enemies for 1 turn. This would be on a 3-turn cooldown when booked, but right now it's on a 5-turn cooldown. Also places a strengthen on this champion and an increased defense on all allies. He seems good, but I should have checked because she's booked and he's booked, but he's not booked. So probably not. Now, Harima has an AoE provoke on a 3-turn cooldown. I got some people shouting out teams here. Archer solves all these heads. Let's look at Archer. Where is Archer? There she is. Decreased speed is awesome. An AoE decreased speed is really nice. Hex and provoke. And if the target is a boss, places the provoke for 2 turns. And you can get this on a 3-turn cooldown. So she could be your permanent solution for 2 heads, the Hex and the Provoke. And the decreased speed, which is awesome. She does have an AoE. She has 2 AoEs, but she does have a single target ability. Places increased accuracy on herself. Yeah, so she's a great champion. Necmo is a really good champion as well. Problem is, for this rotation, he has only AoEs. So probably wouldn't use him this rotation. The question is, how do we create a mischief tank here? Who do we create a mischief tank on or with? All right, so Strategos Island, by the way, is a phenomenal Hydra champion. He's also got an AoE slow. So you would want him on a different team than Archer, probably. You probably don't want 2 AoE slows. Like, I mean, if you can get 2 AoE slows, great, but you probably want an AoE slow on 2 different teams. He's going to provide sustain with the Ally Protect. This is a really nice Hydra champion. You have Mighty Uko. Mighty Uko is great, but again, for this rotation can be a little bit tricky. The AoE A1 has a decreased attack, which is really nice. You have a buff strip and a block debuffs and a decreased accuracy, which is great. You also have a revive, which helps. So, and plus the ally aura, the speed aura, ally speed in all battles. So, I mean, you're not lacking for good Hydra champions. The question is more, can you put them all together into a composition that works? So this is going to be a lot of experimentation. We don't have the time to do what we would need to do, I think. But let's go ahead and just try to put together a comp for hard mode here. And let's take a look. Actually, I'm going to even do this differently. I'm going to do it this way. We're not going to put it into the AI just yet. Let's first of all look for the Provoke champion. And I think that's got to be her. I know she's not booked right now, but I think this is the champion that you're going to want for this, especially for this rotation. Yeah, no worries. So now let's think about so let me just make sure she lands Hex. Where's the Hex? Here's Hex. She has Hex. She has Provoke. And she has a decreased speed. She's crazy good. She's so good. I want this champion so badly. All right, so now what we really need is we need like a block debuffs. I mean, you've got some good block debuffs champions. You have several really good champions here. So, but for right now, let's just go with this because I want to play with her. I've never played with her before. So let's do that. Let's see about other effects. I want to make sure that we can strip buffs as well. So removes buffs. Okay, so she does remove buffs. I'd probably bring in Kymar here for another chance at cooldown reductions. And now we need to start thinking about damage. I do want to see if we can get some more speed out there. I think Theodore is the same situation where he's got only AoEs, right? Yeah. Yeah, I like this extra buff removal. We have the accuracy. Now let's think about damage. I don't know. I mean, Akrizi is obviously god tier damage, so I'm thinking her. I mean, we want some debuffs out there too, so maybe Herndig. He brings decreased defense and a weaken. I don't know. I'm struggling because you have so many good champions, and I don't really know what to think about, like, you know, what to do with this. Let's see. That might be good. Like, I really don't know. I don't know. Let's go ahead and try it. Let's see what happens. Okay, they went first, so we're not fast, which is problematic. Now, let me see. Did we get the hex? I think we got the hex, right? So, okay. All right, so who did we say we wanted to remove off the board? I think it was the Head of Blight, and then we want the Head of Wrath done. So either one of those would be good. So let's just do this for now. We need to get that provoke out. I don't know if our provoker is fast enough. Oh, I forgot. Kymar has all AoEs. That was a mistake. And now here's our provoke. Well, no, this is Herndig. And now I don't think we can debuff anymore. Okay. So I gotta check out if the archer's even built. She might not be built. She is built. She's running slow. Let's see if we have. Let's do that. Let's see if we can get some speed onto her. Give me at least double speed. Come on. That's literally the only one. It's literally the only accuracy banner we have with speed. Oh, well, Not a bad triple roll into HP there, but not hugely helpful. We will pocket. This boot is unfortunate. Mythic. I mean, it's actually nice. It's a nice boot. Yeah, I mean, I run Relentless as fast as possible. I generally run Relentless as fast as possible. So if you want to build her really tanky, I would probably go, like, if you're trying to get around to her skills faster, you would want her in Reflex. You don't want her in Relentless. I mean, so here's the deal. Relentless helps you get multiple skills back, right? Because it basically reduces the cooldown of all of your skills. So if you want the cooldown reduced of the A3 and the A2, then you want Relentless. And then you want the Relentless as fast as humanly possible. So then you have to have speed boots on her, right? Now, if you want to run her slow and you're trying to get around to one skill and you basically turn off the other skill, then you can go with sort of a slow build with defensive percent boots, but then Relentless isn't really what you want. Then you're talking about Reflex. So this feels like a little bit of a weird build to me. And I would probably look to see if we could get her into Relentless boots that have speed. Did I just pass it? So we just may not have speed boots in the Relentless set, which, that happens. Let's see if somebody else has got boots. Speed boots. So you do have speed boots. They're just maybe occupied by people. There's another one. There's another one. 4, 5, 6. So you have 7 pairs of speed boots in the Relentless set. Take from anyone but Harima and Acrizia. Okay. Yeah, we got a little bit of extra crit rate there, so we can drop the crit rate. We'd like to get her 6-star speed boots if possible. I don't want to lose too much accuracy. You do have a lot of accuracy on these boots. Unfortunately, we're probably going to lose some accuracy. I mean, the other option is to get out of the Relentless set. I like the Relentless set on her. I do like the Relentless set on her. And you've got good stats on her other than the speed. I mean, for the most part, you got almost 4,500 defense. A little bit low on the HP, but not drastically so. You do have a little bit of extra crit rate. You don't have crit damage. So that would be nice. You could get a lot more damage onto her, but really you need the debuffs. That's more important. Obviously, with the provoke, she needs to sustain and survive. Let's just take one last look at her skills here, because I just want to make sure that I understand how she works. Hex heals all allies by 10% of their max HP when attacking enemies under a Hex debuff. If there are multiple champions on the team with this skill, increases this champion's defense by 5% each time the champion receives a hit from an enemy under a Hex debuff. So, good defense. I don't know how hard she hits, and I don't know how important her damage is to her kit. Like to her overall performance. So I do like the Relentless set. But it may be that we just don't have what we need to make that work. For right now, just so we don't have to waste time doing a full rebuild, let's just pull her into some speed. Let's just get her into some speed. This side looks good. So probably do this piece. All right. Now, the other thing is for this team, we need to be going pretty fast. And I think that how fast are we running? He's also running slow. He should be running significantly faster. Let's see if we've got... All right, so that's better. That's better in all sorts of ways. Let's go ahead and roll this up. Oh, wait a second. Is he on a clan boss speed tune? Okay. We missed speed all 3 times. It's still going to give us a little speed. It'll give us some accuracy. It'll end up giving us more crit rate. Oh, it's CVC. Oh, nice. 300K for that? That was beautiful. Let's do that. Yeah, his purpose here is to bring us speed. I mean, he's got more than that, but that's a big part of what he's trying to do for us, is bring us speed. Love to land into accuracy here. There we go. Double into accuracy. Really nice. Let's take this up as well. 1.1. Not too bad. All right. So now we're running at 237. Much, much better. He can still glyph for more speed. You could get him up to like 260. No problem. Yeah, that's where Mashalad should be running, like much, much faster, right? Because he's a speed boost champion. You want him... Oh, damn it. What did I just do? I just left the fight. All right, so hard. Here we go. All right, so I guess I should check Herndeg. He's a little slow too. Not enough accuracy here. Not glyphed. So you do have opportunities there to get more out of him. He's got 100% crit rate. Yeah, all off pieces there. I don't know what this glove is. Let's take a look at this gauntlet real quick. Crit rate. Clan boss team is double Maneater, Corvus, Centauro, and Geo, so anything but those is fine. Okay. There's not a lot available here, but this is a little bit of an improvement. Get him up to 189. Lose a little accuracy, though. Are you using Warcaster for anything? He's not in the clan boss team, huh? Yeah, he's a little tricky to use sometimes. This could be nice. It doesn't, you know, we're using him as a debuffer. We want to get damage out of him, but it doesn't have to be a ton of damage. Problem is I'm using, oh, we swapped out of an accuracy chest plate. That's why. This is an accuracy chest piece. We've already stolen from this guy once before. We can steal another accuracy chest piece. This is a fairly squishy build. I don't really love this build. It's not awful. Let's go with it for now. Hey, look at that. Look at that. All right. That's always fun. I did it again. All right, so now the speeds will be better. I don't know if it'll be enough. Let's see if they're enough. So we want the increased speed. That's what we're going to open with. All right. We get the leech out there on everybody. Now he can just do damage to somebody. Oh, head of mischief. Yeah, we actually hit the head of mischief. Okay. So now I think we wanted to transform her, right? And then block debuffs on everybody. Oh, maybe that's not what I wanted. I forget. All right. Let's do this. There's our provoke and hex. All right, so the provoke landed, the hex landed. Now we're in really good shape. This is a Crizia. So I think we want to target this head here. I think we just want to wreck that head. Just get the head of Blight dead all the time. We do have to watch out for the counter on the head of Wrath, and we might have to hit the head of Wrath specifically. All right, we did get the provoke out, so that was good. Let's just... All right, so that keeps turning into an AoE. I forget that about Mashalad. All right, that was relatively tough. This is the AoE decreased speed, I think. And it didn't land. So we don't have enough, maybe we don't have enough accuracy there. Block debuffs buff and increase resistance buff on all allies and fills a turn meter by 20%. Attacks all enemies. Okay. Decrease resistance and block debuffs. That's what I was looking for. Okay, increase speed again. Our counter is up to 10. I maybe messed that up. We're about to trigger the head of Wrath here. We want to remove that increase attack buff, so, but I missed and it wiped us out. Yeah. Okay, so a couple of things are happening that I'm noticing. One is that it feels like Archer is not landing her debuffs. This slow is not going out. If the target is a boss, has a 75% chance of placing. Oh, it's not 100%. It's not fully booked. So that's going to impact. And then the provoke is not yet booked out as well. So the cooldown is longer. So I think the team's okay. We might need a defensive champion to come in. We might need somebody who provides us with an opportunity to survive the hit from the head of Wrath. So there are some options there, but you know, one buff that you can look for, which we know that is good, is the strengthen buff, right? Because that prevents the weakened from coming out from whatever that head is. So you do have this guy, but he, obviously, oh wait, he is booked. So where's that strengthen? Is it the alternate form? Yeah. And this is another provoke. Okay, so this form isn't booked. The other form is booked, not this form. That's what the issue was. Okay. Let's see. Who else could we use here? We don't really... Korgard Deathbell actually is pretty good. He's got an ally protection and a strengthen. he can cleanse, and he does heal. So this could be a good option. Although he's not booked or built yet, but this could be moving forward. This could be a good option. He places an AoE strengthen. Now, Burn Giri is a cheap strengthen with a shield. He also has a provoke on his A1. That can be a backup provoke for you. So this could be a champion that you could think about moving in, working on and moving into the team. A lot of times people build him for Bommel. I'm sure you're fine with Bommel, so you don't need to worry about that. But he could, especially for normal or hard level of Hydra, he could provide you with a bit of extra sustain plus a backup provoke, which is really important. It's always good to have a backup provoke. It's always good to have provokes in different affinities. So this would be a champion that you could think about. You do have a taunt champion too, who also, can be used to kind of prevent that same kind of scenario, right? Having the taunt out there is kind of like having a provoke out there. You want to have it up 100% of the time. The taunt can get stolen by the head of mischief, so you need a lot of resist on this. At least theoretically, that's what I've heard about. I haven't actually run it myself. So yeah, maybe this team isn't quite there. Maybe we need to pull out Herndig and bring in who was I just talking about bringing in? There was a champion that brings in a strengthen. I mean, I remember the Burn Giri, but there was somebody else. Oh, Korrigar Deathbell. Yeah. So maybe him. I don't know if you need Kymar. If you're fast enough, you might not need the reset. Right now, you're not booked. So that's why I put it in there. So Kymar doesn't give you a ton of, gives you the reset. The problem with Kymar is that he's all AoEs on his A1 and his A2. So potentially, you could pull him out. You could pull Herndig out, and you could put in like Korrigar Deathbell. And then maybe you get some more speed from somebody else. Maybe you get a increased turn meter champion. So we could try that, turn meter fill. I don't know who you have that might fill the turn meter of the entire team. Seeker's always great. And there's your other provoke. There's your backup provoke. Right, so maybe we do something more like this. I just run this for a second. I don't know how fast your Seeker is, but your Seeker should be one of your faster champions. So this is going to get you a lot more turn meter fill. Okay, so that worked pretty well. But this is your backup provoker, right? So, if you don't want to hit that head right now because it's already provoked, you can just go ahead. And it's an A1 provoke. It's always nice to have an A1 provoke. So that's an option too. Yeah, I mean, if you're using your Seeker for Clan Boss and, that speed doesn't work here, because it kind of depends on your Seeker tune. Some Seekers run at like 245 for Clan Boss, 254, like in that range. And that can be viable for this fight. If you're running a slow Seeker at like 178 to like 198, whatever, then it's probably not viable for this fight. But as a backup provoke, it's nice. Unfortunately for this rotation, he's weak affinity, but it's still a lot of A1s, so you do have that option there. Can you, I don't think you can increase the duration of a provoke, right? I don't think that's possible. So, I mean, that helps a lot, right? When the Head of Wrath goes, like, he's the hard hitter. Unfortunately, we just had a situation here where the boss stole our buffs. Now the slow worked. Fortunately, that provoke is going to cause issues. So remove all buffs from all enemies. All right, we got the buff strip. We're coming around to the Head of Wrath. The cleanse went out, unfortunately. We do have the strengthen buff up on some champions, but not everybody. You know, this is one of those cases where it's like, would we be better off with a reviver? I don't know. You know, you could bring somebody in who does that, but try the provoke. Yeah, you also have to have the accuracy, right? So you need the speed and the accuracy on him. I'm trying to remember what she does in her alternate form. I don't know these champions. We're going to get hit now and wrecked. Yeah. I think you have the champions. I think you have a lot of really great champions. You know, one of the issues is going to be building them for Hydra specifically and getting fast enough. So, you know, one of the things you can do, and this is, you know, this is where my expertise is not as high as I would like. I personally need to improve on Hydra. I have teams that I run, but they don't run, like, I'm not running any champions that you're running. I literally, the only champion that we have in common is Seeker. You know, so unfortunately, as a free-to-play player, the depth of my knowledge at this particular fight is not as good as I would like it to be. And partially it's because there are so many champions that can work here, but you really need combos. You need combos of skills. And it feels like these champions have good combos of skills. Maybe we're missing something. You know, maybe we're missing something, and that's where the experimentation comes in. Sitting here and playing through the fight for hours. That's how I built my teams. But I built my teams around champions like Cardiel. I built my team around champions like Royal Guard. I've tried Artak. Mithrala is a really great champion to work in this fight. Obviously, you get Mithrala from the fight, so that's an issue. You know, it's like... but there are all sorts of champions that I run that you don't have. And you have all sorts of great champions. I mean, really good champions that I just don't have. I think what I would say is for the highest difficulty that you can really go after, you want to key around Archer. Archer is such a solution for this fight. She's so clearly built for this fight. I mean, her kit is insane. Her kit's insane. Right? So you have the increased accuracy for herself. You have the decreased speed AoE, which is phenomenal. I mean, that's just a great skill. Then you have the Hex and the Provoke. You need her fast and you need her getting around to that Provoke. She has to be booked. She has to be fully booked. She has to be fully booked. And you need to build the team around this champion. Right? Now, she brings some sustain, but she doesn't bring a lot of defenses. Right. So you're going to need a defensive champion that you can activate the right debuffs when that Head of Wrath comes down. So, you know, there are champions here who provide you with a lot of good skills like Takeover, increased defense on all allies, plus the block debuffs. Also a perfect veil and a shield on this champion. Perfect veil is a good damage mitigator. So, you know, you can look for defensive champions that can do the job you need. You could go with you know, I don't know, you might want to try block damage, you know, like you're manualing anyway. You know, so it's more about going faster than the bosses are going so that you always have the cooldowns available when you need them than it is about being at a particular speed. It's not speed tuned the way the clan boss is, although your opening may be. Like your first 2 rotations may be speed tuned. But really, after that point, the idea is just to have more cooldowns available than the bosses have. You know, have your provokes available so that you're always constantly being able to keep debuffs up and the debuffs don't get cleansed. If they never cleanse their debuffs, then you're going to do a ton of damage, but you're also going to control the fight. You're going to have decreased attacks up. You're going to have decreased accuracies up. That's going to make it easier for you in terms of resistances. So you have the champions. It's not about the champions necessarily. It's about selecting the champions that you want specifically built for clan boss and then keying around those champions. You know, Harima is a great choice, right? She's got an AoE provoke. She's got this destroyed defense, you know, the ignored defense rather. Oh no, that's her passive. Never mind. That's a different thing. You know, decrease attack, decrease, like she's got a great kit. She's a hard hitting damage dealer. She's got that provoke. She's survivable. Defensive based damage dealers are great for Hydra. You know, you've got a Wukong. Wukong's got this A3, awesome buff strip and block buffs, right? Plus he ignores defense on his A2. His stun doesn't play. He's basically there as a damage dealer, but he also does extra utility. You need him built fast. You need him to hit hard. You need him to have the accuracy. So the stat requirements are high. Do you want him there or do you want him somewhere else? You know, where's the build that's going to make the most sense for your account? You should be able to find 3 Hydra teams. I get that it's, you know, you're hoping that you get a takeover and it happens like the last takeover does, where it's like, oh, that player walked away with a full on Ultra Nightmares clan boss speed tune, right? That would be great if I could do that for you. Unfortunately, I'm not that guy, but also I don't think this is that fight. You know, the fight is just more complicated. Build her. If Hydra is a focus, build her as best you can, and then experiment with teams based around her. Put all of the champions around her that you think could be valuable. I like increased speed, and I like turn meter fill with champions that give you something else. So dive through your roster. Other effects, positive effects, fill turn meter. Like, examine these champions. Who can you use? Deacon is awesome. Deacon is awesome. AoE decreased defense. You got a leech on the A1. You've got turn meter fill on the A2. You've got our A3. You've got an aura of speed in all battles. Really good, underrated Hydra champion. The downside is he outruns buffs. He takes extra turns, which means he drops buffs frequently. So you have to run him a particular way. You know, here's turn meter fill. You know, here's turn meter fill with a speed boost. Like, it doesn't always have to be legendaries that are the solution, right? You've got your legend. You've got the archer. Like, you could literally surround her with rares and epics if they fill their roles properly. You know, and it may be just that even though you have the legendaries, great legendary here, right? It's got a ton of stuff, but you don't have them all booked. You don't have them all masteried, you know, and you may have some epics and rares that just are either fully booked or just easier to book. Like, he's fully booked, full masteries. You know, so he may step in and do a better job of just providing the one thing that you need, which is more speed. Maybe not, you know. I love running Seeker in Relentless gear. You have some great Relentless gear. Get Seeker in the fastest Relentless gear you can with you know, some speed on him. If you can get him the accuracy for provoke as well, you know, so he can land his provoke on his A1. This has a 50% chance of landing a provoke. It's not bad. He is weak hitting into this particular rotation. But you've got Phantom Touch. You're going to get turn meter fill. You're going to get extra turns off of the Relentless set. The Relentless set will also outrun buffs. That's just a thing that happens, but you almost don't care, right? Because he's just so valuable getting extra turns. So consider that. Run him at 280 speed. Like, worry about Clan Boss later. You've got your Clan Boss. You've got your double Man-Eater. You don't need Seeker there, right? Get him to 280 speed in a Relentless set. And just watch how many more turns you get than the Hydra Clan Boss. He just provides so much. If you have Relentless that's that fast. I have my fastest one in a Relentless set, and he's running, I think, around 260 or 265. So maybe you can't get to 280, but if you can get to 260, 265, my Seeker gives me so much in terms of extra turns and extra value. Speed is a big component of the Hydra Clan Boss team. Yeah. And, so just key around one or two champions. One interesting team would be, Timit and Kaya, getting them into the same team. She does fill turn meter. She's got sustain. And then she and Timit work really well together. You can mess around with that. She's got an aura speed in all battles. Try those out. Maybe not against this particular rotation, because I think Timit's all AoEs, right? Oh no, he's got he's not all AoEs. He's got an A1 that's single target. So it could work. But yeah, I wish I could provide more help. I wish I could, but unfortunately, like I said, we don't overlap on a lot of champions. I don't have Herndig. I don't have Acrizia. I don't have any of your mythics. I don't have Jintora. I don't have Prince Kaimar. I think I just pulled Nekmothar, actually. Did I pull Nekmothar? No, I didn't pull Nekmothar. I pulled somebody else. I don't have, I literally have none of your legendaries. I don't have Archer. I don't have I don't have any of these. I literally have none of these champions. The only one I have is Timit, and he's not built. Literally, if you look at the top 12 legendaries, I have one of these 12, and then this is the filtered one. Like if we go here, I don't have these guys, I do have some of these champions, but not all of them are built. But I don't have a lot of these champions. So unfortunately, that's just the way it's working right now. But I think, there are interesting teams here. So, when you build your team, you're going to try each rotation as a different team, because especially for normal and for hard, remember that they don't swap heads very often. So you really want to build for the 4 starter heads. Once you get up to brutal and nightmare, you need to build for all 6 heads. You didn't put me in a bad position. That's not your fault at all. Don't feel bad at all. I have no problem admitting that I'm not the expert in all things raid. I do my best, and when I have good information, I pass that information along to the community. That's all we can do. We can just pass information back and forth. There are members of my Discord community who are much better at Hydra than I am. So if you have Hydra questions, ask in the Discord. You'll get good advice. This is a good opportunity for me to look at some other champions, to think about Hydra in a different way, and to have a conversation with people about it. But it doesn't put me in a bad position. If anything has put me in a bad position, it's been my reluctance to get back into Hydra since I got Mithrala. I pushed hard on Hydra, got my Mithrala, and said, screw this game mode. That's what I said. And not because I didn't like the game mode at all, but just because it was such a headache to figure out my brutal team and to get it working, and so many hours invested. And sometimes I get mad at Plarium. Sometimes I get mad at Plarium for forcing us to play the game in ways that we would prefer not to play it. And, I wanted to do other things. I wanted to go and get my Lydia. I wanted to, complete all my Doom Tower hard rotations. And so if anything has put me in a bad situation, it's just my reluctance to become an expert at this fight. There are experts at this fight. I'm not one of them. We'll take a quick look at your 3v3 arena, because you did mention that. Are you looking for offensive teams or defensive teams? Defense. No, it's okay. I don't mind doing a little bit. I'll probably do another 20 minutes. So, okay. So defensive teams. Okay. So defensive teams in Arena are about synergies, right? You got to think about the solutions to your team when you're putting your team together. No defensive team is going to be perfect. What you want to do is you want to make it expensive for the attackers, right? Either expensive in terms of time or expensive in terms of like using up their best champions. Because defense in 3v3 to a large extent is about discouraging attacks. And if a team looks like it's expensive to solve, then people won't attack you. Or the other thing that can happen on defense is that when people do attack you, if they're not paying close attention and not solving your specific team comps, they're not going to win all 3 battles, right? They might win 2 or they might win 1. So you're thinking about synergies on defense. This is also true for Classic Arena, but I really prefer people to just put in solo defenses in Classic Arena. But so, for instance, we're looking at this first team here. Now, 4 good Arena champions, but there's a serious lack of synergy here, right? Like, what do you're probably keying around Ultimate Death Knight. Now, if you think about what Ultimate Death Knight brings survivability for himself and for the team. He also brings some debuffs. He can be offensive, right? But he has continuous heals. He's got a shield. He's got the passive that protects the enemies. He's also got the aura, which I think is defense in all battles. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure it's defense in all battles, not just defense in some in dungeons or something. Okay, where is he? Defense in all battles. All right. So, if we're looking at just this first defensive team, Harima's a defensive based damage dealer. So she deals, she works well with UDK, but you would want him probably as the leader, right? Because that's going to increase his own survivability and it's going to increase her survivability. I know I could have just read the aura right there. It's my COVID brain. Sorry. I know that she has resistance and resistance can be good, but realistically, we don't need resistance. We don't need resistance on these champions because we're going to pull these 2 champions out. And we're going to look for somebody who's got a cleanse. So we're going to put Wither there. Wither's got a cleanse and more sustain. She's got an increased defense buff that synergizes really well with your 2 defensive champions. She's real tanky and hard to kill, and you can build her with a lot of resistance real easily. So more sustain. All right. So right now we've got a tank on your front line. That's UDK. We've got a support in the back line who's making sure everybody's cleansed and healed and alive. Then we've got a damage dealer who is a defensive based damage dealer who's going to get value out of the aura of increased defense. We're going to get value out of the increased defense buff, who's going to be kept alive by these other 2 champions. It's really hard to burn through these champions and get to Harima, but it could happen. Right? It could happen. These are 3 tanky champions, but any one of them could be killed. So now we need a reviver. We need a tanky reviver. I'm not going to use Mighty Uko in this because I'm going to use her or him in a different composition. This could work. That's not awful. That's not awful. This could work great. You get a decreased defense and a block debuffs. It's an emergency revive, which is a little bit tricky. You don't really want that's not perfect with this. I would prefer somebody who's more active. Ursula is fantastic. Decrease attack. You have a decrease attack. You have an increase attack buff, which is not really all that special. You got some turn meter decrease. That could work. Let's see if there's somebody better. By the way, Bad Alcazar could work in the place of Wither. You know, we're already having an issue with the affinity. Who would be a better reviver? No, I think we've got a revive. I don't see Scylla the Drakes, so that's somebody who I would consider, or maybe like Rector Drath. But yeah, so we have limited revives here. We have limited revives. So I would probably go with the AoE revive. She's got such a strong revive. You're getting Syl soon. Yeah. So remember that Ursula's revive is like, I think it's 75% HP and 75% turn meter. It's such a strong revive, and it's an AoE revive, which means that, like, yeah, it's okay. I mean, if she's not geared yet, don't worry about it. Like, this is just a concept, right? So you can build the gear that you need. This is a great defensive team. It's so annoying. It's got enough damage to be a threat, by the way. Like, this team hits hard enough that squishy teams that go into it will just fold. They won't be able to knock this team over. The one weakness of this team, I think, is that the affinity, like, you've got 3 Force affinity champions. So potentially somebody could just come in with like an all spirit team, like a really set up spirit team, and knock it down. So there's always going to be a solution. No team is perfect. You know, you could do something a little, you could do this instead. You know, if you wanted to mix it up a little bit, you could do that instead. That would also work great. You don't have a cleanse now, but you have an ally protect. You still have the increased defense. You've got a provoke, which can mess up the enemies. You know, you got a counter attack. But I like this. You know, you could make the swap here. If you really needed the resistance for Wither, you could do that. But this is better. This is what you want. Harima is going to hit like a truck. And until they remove the whole team, you know, this is just coming back. Again, you could throw a Scylla the Drakes in here when you get her. You could do Godseeker Neri, who's got more heals if you needed more heals. I think Wither's got enough heals for you probably, but you could do a Godseeker Neri. She's got a double revive because she's got the passive plus the active revive. She doesn't have the decrease attack, but she would work just as well here. She's also void affinity, so she's not going to get hit especially hard. It's a really great defensive team. Okay, now let's look at a team that's maybe more annoying for like a go first team, because go first teams happen a lot. So we're going to build around this guy. Now, we want to kill the go first team. We don't want to just survive the go first team. The way, like, this team is basically built to survive forever, and then just like, it has enough damage to be a threat, but it's not like overwhelming, right? But with this, you can do a lot of different things. So you can say, how would we want to do this? Maybe unfortunately, you don't have a ton of cleanses. All right. Let me just go look at your roster for a sec. Herald's a self cleanse, right? So Yeah, just like pure cleanses. Okay, so you have one here. Cleanses are kind of key. And you have champions who have cleanses, but you don't have like a lot of, like Kaya could be really good if she's built out. She's got turn meter fill, block debuffs. She removes 2 random debuffs, or if Timid is on the team, it's all debuffs. She's got a revive. You know, it's a decent revive. It's an AoE revive, 50%, plus increased crit rate, increased crit damage. You know, she's got the sustain. So like you have champions who could be really strong if they were booked and mastered and you know, fleshed out. And you're just not quite there yet. This is a full cleanse. Is that on her main form? That is her main form, right? Her primary form. So, yeah, maybe. All right. So maybe on this second team here, you know, you're looking to kind of go first from a slower position, right? So the idea with Tormund is that you interrupt the flow of a go first team. So they get buffs or turn meter fills, they get frozen. Now you get an opportunity to nuke out squishy champions. So you do want to hit hard. It would be nice to have an increase attack champion. So here we have increased attack and a cleanse, right? So it's a mini cleanse, I think. I think it's only 1 debuff, but that would be enough to like remove maybe a stun or a freeze. So you could do something like this and get the increased attack, and then probably I mean, I might do something like this. One of the things about going slow into a go first team is they may lap you. So you want a little bit of speed. A decreased attack is always a good thing, and a revive is always a good thing. It's a weird team. It's a little bit of a weird team, but I kind of like it. All right, and now we want to probably have a go first team. We want to have a team that's as fast as possible. And the reason that you want to go first team here, as well as the, you know, you want to think of it as a 3v3, right? So it's like, think about the teams that people build to solve your teams. The solution for a go first team is either a faster go first team or a team that goes slow and takes advantage of a go first team. So by having sort of different types of defenses, you soak up the solutions for those defenses. Now you could like build 3 of the same kind of team, and that would require 3 of the same kind of solution. But it's a little bit tricky to do that unless you have just like a huge roster, you know, maybe multiple copies of the same champion. So you do want to make it so that like an attacker is going to have to be creative about how they problem solve. And usually you can do that just by having good champions. So here, if we have, say, this is where we get into trouble with the lack of turn meter fill. Deacon, where's Deacon? You don't have your Arbiter yet. I mean, this is a team all on its own, just like this. So now this third, you have the speed aura, you have the turn meter fill. Again, we're already rebuilding Seeker to go as fast as possible. If you can get that Seeker to 280, like we were talking about, or maybe you get it to the 260, like we were talking about, and you have the Deacon at 280, 285. This is a go first team. You've got decreased defense, turn meter fill, turn meter decrease on Deacon. You've got a turn meter increase and increase attack on the Seeker. The third champion here could be Mashalad or Wukong. Wukong's got the buff strip. Both Wukong and Mashalad are strong enough to nuke out an entire enemy team. So this is just a plain old go first team. And it, if it's speed tuned and it's speed tuned relatively fast, it's going to crush. It's going to absolutely crush. So an attacker now has an opportunity they have to make a decision. Do they take their go first team into your go first team? Or do they take their go first team into one of your slow teams? Which is like, if they take a go first team into team one, like if I have an arbiter led go first team and I'm going to into team one, I've got to make sure that I can nuke out at least 3 of these 4 champions. I have to kill UDK. I have to kill Harima. And I have to kill Ursula. If I only kill UDK, I'm dead. If I kill UDK and Harima, I'm probably still dead because Ursula is going to bring them back. If I kill UDK and Ursula, Harima by herself will nuke out a go first team. So do I take a go first team into this team? That could be ugly. It could work depending on how strong I am, what my affinities are, and how much, do I have 2 really strong AoE nukers? Okay, do I take my go first team into team 2? Well, no. Why? Because what's his face here? Why can't I? It's going to drive me nuts. I didn't save it. Okay. I can't believe I didn't save it. Yeah, and then what did we say? This. All right, save it. Okay. So do I take my go first team into this? Is like, no, Torment the Cold blocks me. Torment the Cold is nightmares on go first teams. He freezes us on turn meter increases. He freezes us on buff acquisition, so it's like, yeah. And this team is going to do well against, some go second teams because it's got a lot of defenses. It's also got a tank killer. So this is a hard team to find a solution for. Can you find a solution? Of course you can. But the question isn't, can you make an impossible to solve team? The question is, can you make a collection of 3 teams that are really tricky to solve all simultaneously? So this is a really nice team. Right now we've got this team, which is a straight up go first team. So do you take your go first team into this team? Probably. If you have a really fast arbiter, if you're running arbiter at 350, then you're like, all right, I'm going to take my arbiter into this. That's great. That's probably that player's best team. And now they've got to try to figure out solutions for these other 2 teams, or if they think their go first team is going to be able to beat this team, now this team has to be solved by a go second team, which is problematic because this is really good. This is a really good team that will kill tanks, right? You got buff strips, you got block buffs, you got decreased defense. Like, yeah, Staltis is a bit of a counter to it, but again, you can't solve every single. Players who are actively building teams are going to beat players who have passively built teams and left them to be fought, So it's just about building good synergies. And again, you have 50 other teams. You have 50 other teams you could build out of the champions that you have. Building a team around Blizzard would be really cool, right? It's just a pain in the butt to walk into Blizzard. It really is, especially if he's fast. Because going with a slow team into Blizzard is a nightmare, and going with a fast team into Blizzard is a nightmare if you're not fast enough. So it's like either way, you're done. So build one around Blizzard. Mess around with the champions that seem built. If you don't want to build some of these champions, like you're like, okay, I don't have my Seeker built, think about this. Think about maybe I want to do this, you know, get Blazar into a go second team where he's just like, he's already like, okay, let's do this. Let's just like theory craft fun teams, right? Like, okay, we've got two champions here who both revive on death, right? Like Wukong, he comes back, and Blazar, he comes back. All right. So now let's put in a champion that makes it really hard to kill like your team quickly. Ally protect, to sustain, all that stuff. And now let's put in, you know, I don't know. I was going to say an AoE reviver, but we'll do, nah, that's probably not a good combo actually. But you could do this. Right, it's a mix. It's a little bit of everything. It's hard to solve one way. You know, if you had another, you could do this again. You could do this as well, right? This would be great. Like, would it work all the time? No. But like, you can theory craft how annoying it would be to try to kill Wukong, have him come back. Try to kill Blazar, have him come back. Have them both protected so that you don't get to kill them a second time quickly because Islan just keeps them alive. And then if you do happen to kill Islan or get everybody dead, you've got an AoE reviver who's got a block damage buff, right? So you can't even, like, yes, it's not perfect, but this is a really nice defensive team, you know? And yeah, you've got other champions who could go in arena, right? You've got, here's another great champion. Here's another great damage dealer. You know, here's a great defensive team. Here's a, you know, Kymar is always problematic. Like, you got Kandrafon, great nuker. You know, like, you don't lack for great champions. It's more about putting teams together in ways that synergize really well. So like, I like that team that we had as a go first team. But if you didn't want another go first team, you could just, in fact, screw it. Let's just keep the defensive kind of nightmare team. You know who would be nice here, actually? Actually, I do like Tatora here. He would be fun. Or, I mean, she's an AoE reviver. You could do this. This could be fun. A lot of sustain, AoE revives, you know, I don't know, something like that. So again, you know, if you think about the three teams as a set, that'll help. And you think about synergies, and it's less important that the champions, that the individual champions are God tier. Epics can do really well here, right? Like, yeah, you can get more stats onto legendaries. That's not inconsiderable. And, you know, you also want to consider blessings. Like, what blessings do you have? How does that, you know, work into your team? But it can be really hard to solve a disruptive team, and people will just avoid you. They'll just look at a team and be like, that team's a headache. Forget that. You know, when you see Siphi and Rotos on the same team, even if you have a solution for it, most of the time you're just like, that's a pain. I'm going to, like, you'll see a team. I see this team all the time. Siphi, Duchess, Rotos, 4th champion. You know, and you're like, that's a pain in the butt to solve. It's just a pain in the butt to fight through. I can solve it. I have the champions that can solve that team. It still takes concentration. I can't auto battle it. You know, I still have to manual it. And even if I do manual it, like if they're really well built, it can, I'll lose, you know, 10% of the time or 15% of the time. I just avoid Siphi, Rotos, Duchess. Like, that trio does, I don't fight them. I just don't want to fight them. I don't want to fight them. So, you know, a lot of this is about discouragement. And then a lot of it is also about, you know, soaking up time and effort and solutions. So I hope that was helpful. I hope that was more helpful than the clan boss or the Hydra clan boss coaching. I will say in Tag Arena, you know, what you want to do, probably, we have 5 days and 6 hours left. What you should do is you should put in one-man defenses. You should not have strong defenses up at this point of the week, right? Because what you want to do is you want to win battles. When you are in this lower bar, when you are in the bottom third, like preferably as low as possible, remember that you don't drop out of, you know, this rank during any given day. It's only once a week. So if you drop down, if you just put in one-man defenses, you'll lose a lot and you will drop down into that lower area where everybody's got one-man defenses. And then you can literally just farm one-man defenses for 5 days. And then 48 hours before reset, put in your 3 strongest defenses. You will start to climb instantaneously. And 48 hours is more than enough time to climb back into the middle bar or even to get promoted. The important thing is that you remember to reset your defenses 48 hours from reset. Like if you don't put in good defenses and you just forget, then even if you're winning battles, you're not going to climb because you're going to lose so many battles. So realistically, like these defenses that we built today shouldn't be in today. You should take them all out. You should put in one-man defenses, and you should, for at least the next 3 days, you should be living in the bottom of bronze 4 where you can farm gold bars really easily. And then that'll let you get your Drexlar and your ancient shards and your void shards eventually and all that stuff. So, you know, it's just a better way to it's just a better way to live because 3v3 is so annoying. So, yeah. All right, you know that trick. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, if anybody's watching and they didn't know that trick, that's just a way, but I didn't do that for the first like 14 or 16 months of my account. I didn't do that. It didn't even occur to me to do that. And then for whatever reason, I think I just was in the bottom of a rank because I didn't fight for a couple of days. I was just like not doing 3v3 arena. And I realized at the bottom of the bracket, there was a bunch of one-man defenses. And then I mentioned it to somebody who's like an experienced player, and they were like, oh, yeah, everybody does that. I was like, what? Everybody does that. Like somehow I never saw a content creator do a video on that. And it never occurred to me. And so for the last, say, year or so, I've been doing that. And now I get thousands of gold bars. I have so many I have like 50,000 gold bars right now. Because it's just so much faster and easier. And the great thing about it is it makes your advanced quests really fast, because when you have to do these quests and it's like, you know, fight in tag team arena 5 times, like doing this is just faster that way when you're fighting one-man defenses. All right, so we are an hour from reset, less than an hour from reset. I want to give everybody time to go and finish off all of their quests. I have to go and finish off all my quests on three accounts. All my quests on 3 accounts. I have to go do that. So I'm going to call it here. But thank you, Dest, for letting me tool around on your account. It's a great account, by the way. Really fun. I'm glad I got to mess around. Sorry I couldn't find you a better Hydra solution, but I do think that there are some lessons to take from what we discovered today. And you should absolutely be able to build teams that can destroy Brutal, for instance. Just, go find a content creator that's smarter than me. Just go find a better content creator on Hydra. And, but yeah, I'll put out a video tomorrow, hopefully, and we'll see what happens. I don't know. Hydra has not been my thing in the past, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try because the people have requested it. My members have demanded that I make a Hydra video, so I will. But all right, I do want to say goodbye to the chat. Thanks to everybody for hanging out today. Only 2 takeovers. I am feeling a little bit better. It's been nice. Elva is a brilliant reviver, Angela. You're right. Angelia, sorry. Crash, thanks. Denise, thanks. Justania, thank you. Terry, thank you. I am feeling better every day. Hopefully I will be even better tomorrow. And by next week, this will all be a distant memory. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. And don't forget to click the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Please do so. We're closing in on 5,000 subscribers. We're actually closing in on 4,800 subscribers, but that's pretty close to 5,000. So that'll be exciting to get there. And then you can get updates for like when I release new videos and stuff. And also, if you have joined the Discord community for this particular, like live stream, if you've just done it in order to get a free takeover, like that's fair. That's good. That's great. But come and hang out a little bit. Come ask some questions in the Discord. Come join the voice channels, hang out. Post a roster, post a joke, post a meme. we have clans that have openings. Obviously, it's Clan v Clan right now, so people are probably not changing clans. But if you're looking for a more active clan or a more fun clan, we do have some openings. We have 5 clans in our cluster, and we're ironing out the kinks. So we're getting rolling. It's getting better every day. We just launched that like 2 weeks ago, and I've been sick. So, but consider just hanging out. You are very welcome to Stania, and you are all welcome. Son, do you want to say goodbye to the good people? Son, are you there? Son might have wandered off. So I will say what he would normally say, which is, y'all have a great rest of your evening. That's usually what he likes to say. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will see you in another video very soon. Peace.